outward fear. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Aye, Northwest, aye.
Thank you very much. Before we begin, let us now take this time to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Before we start with our opening remarks, I just thought it very fit to announce one of our sponsors, particularly with the goodie bags, ask us to remind you about the campaign. That is South African Brewery. They've got this ring and this armband that they have actually manufactured or what produced for the campaign that they are having, that they are calling #No Excuse. And there is no excuse for anyone to abuse any other person. And that is the reason why I saw it very fit to mention it at the beginning of this event, so that you can know when you are wearing a t-shirt that said #No Excuse, or you are having this or the ring, it means there is no excuse for anyone to violate the rights of any other person. So that is just as an opening. The Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, all other members of the executive, members of Parliament, chairperson of the main sector, other leadership of the main sector. We also had the founder of International Men's Day from Trinidad. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me once more welcome all of you to the second day of our Men's Parliament, or Men's Parliament, or is it a conference? We said it's a parliament. And we are so honored to be in the chambers of the National Assembly. I hope that today, as we did yesterday, we will spend our time creating a very strong platform from which to build the contours of our mission as a generation to whom so much has been bequeathed and of whom so much more is expected. As legislators, we are exercising our oversight function in order to ensure that we are continuing to record measurable progress in our collective efforts to end gender-based violence and femicide. As parliamentarians, it is also our sincere hope that we will be able to build and sustain a multi-sectoral approach to end gender discrimination, inequality, and patriarchal norms and beliefs. We hope that you will assist us to build gender equality and equity in our society and change the patterns of toxic masculinity in our communities. We welcome the initiative as announced by the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities yesterday on the training of taxi drivers in the fight against gender-based violence. We want to urge the department to fast-track the rollout of this very important program to all our localities. We also support the clarion call made yesterday to rally behind the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Honorable delegates, distinguished guests, today, as outlined in our program yesterday, we will receive a report accounting on the work done by the Men's Forum. We will also hear about the Men's Charter and the program of action, followed by the party statement. parties represented in Parliament committing themselves to fight against gender-based violence and to support you in your course that you have taken. We will also receive a keynote address from the Deputy Minister of Social Development, the champion of the Men's Parliament. We are looking forward to informative and robust discussions in an effort to build an inclusive, cohesive, and abuse-free society. Let me also use the opportunity to welcome all of you here today, particularly our Chief Whip, and also to express our appreciation, Chief Whip, for your support throughout in our sectoral parliament program. I'm telling people every day about the support that I'm receiving from you. Thank you very much and welcome. Welcome, DM, and welcome to all of you. We are going to continue with our orders of the day as I've outlined it in our welcoming remarks. And I must say that we are looking forward to a better society where our men will once again take their rightful position to make sure that there is a difference and we build a national democratic society free of violence and crime where we can live peacefully side by side. I don't know whether Chief Whip will remind you from where we are getting that few words that say side by side. We want to build a South Africa that is free from violence, free from abuse, and where all of us are equal. Thank you very much. We are going to continue with our program, and we will now request Mr. Ntando Yola of the National Men's Movement for his report. Over to you, Mr. Yola. I hope you will remember. For those that are going to follow, we've got seats here for speakers that is following both sides, so it assists. If you could just come a little bit closer. Thank you.
Molweni.
Molaba.
I don't know, in Afrikaans we say goeie.
Goeiemorgen.
Nee, it's
Goeiemiddag.
Goeiemiddag. Sanbonani. And greetings, everyone. And I will start with the protocol. The presiding officer of today, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, the honorable ministers and deputy ministers who were able to join us today, and other members of parliament, and all civil society, the leaders of provincial men's sector, and the leadership of the men's sector at national, business leaders and partners, and everyone. This protocol tends to be very long. I would like to greet you again once more today on this second day of the second Parliament of Men in South Africa. And Deputy Speaker, today we are going to attempt to reflect on the successes that we had since the last sitting in this same assembly. But it is also important to highlight how the engagements and the process and the activities that went on yesterday, in the sense that they reminded us as men why there continues to be urgency to address the issues that we face as South Africans today, especially in relation to preventing and ending all forms of violence that confront us as a nation, particularly violence against children, young girls, women, and boys. We had a very, very strong reminder about why we have this movement that mobilizes us as men, not only men who are here, but all men of South Africa, to really take this agency to heart and really do the bit that we can in all our corners to address these issues. The deliberations highlighted a number of issues that we hope are going to help to take us as a nation to a country not only that is wanted by us as men, but one that is conducive for everyone who lives in it to survive. We heard about government's efforts within that context within which that as men we agree to play our role in partnership with all of the development partners. Acknowledge that government has a role to play in providing an enabling environment that is going to help us as this movement to have a very decisive response to the issues that we face and that confront us. But I would also like to highlight that we heard a lot from young men who were here, who actually are here with us today as well, who told us what it is in their view they see as what needs to happen to really assist and help them as young men who are approaching their young adult age so that they can be able to contribute. We heard from Malusi, we heard from Lashia, we heard from Tabang, Moketi about all of these issues, and we would like to confirm to them that we heard all of their deliberations and their input. And as part of our commitments and some of the adoptions that we are going to have today, they will really focus on working with young men and boys. It is, I am listening on some voices on my right.
You must close your ears. We are listening to you.
It is important to really highlight and remind all of us that South Africa continues to be entangled in devastating socio-economic conditions where the general population faces high levels of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. And all of these issues were highlighted by all of you yesterday during our sitting. We know that 75% of the population remains vulnerable to poverty, and that suggests that the livelihoods of people are on a daily basis threatened, and there is insufficient daily sustenance to maintain good health. And we also hear from research that the prevalence of physical and sexual violence is even more common in the lowest wealth quintile. Violent crimes in South Africa, they continue to persist as we are gathered here. And it is important that we remember that as we are sitting here in this house, there is a woman, there is a child who is being abused out there in our communities. And remembering that should really help us to take this privilege of being able to gather in this manner and engage on these issues seriously. We still deal with high rates of HIV/AIDS and TB. The prevalence among adults is still relatively high, sitting at about 19% amongst adults. Whilst we were dealing with all of these issues, we were found about 9 months or so ago by an unfortunate public health crisis that has been brought about by COVID-19. As much as South Africa is still ranked high to its African counterparts in the healthcare system readiness to manage this pandemic, it has the highest recorded cases to date still. And we are hearing that the cases are continuing. We're still experiencing resurgence. And we also heard from the Minister of Health yesterday. And we are highlighting this because it is the context for why we are here. Whilst we recognize it as a form of privilege, it is still important to recognize the responsibility that we have and the responsibility that we should take to heart and unite as men to be able to play a very important and critical role in addressing and contributing towards addressing these issues. I am now quickly going to take us through the reports of the progress that we have made since the last men's parliament sitting. Since 2018, when we gathered at this same date, we have seen the Takwani Re'ime movement grow. We have seen a lot of coordination around ensuring that dialogues are happening in local communities, and they have been led by all of you in this house. We had targeted provincial parliaments to be launched and gave us a target of about 52 sittings, and 35 sittings out of the 52 were concluded. Out of all the provinces of which the reports we have heard yesterday here, we know that one province, Mpumalanga, was able to complete their target, and they have given us an example. As the movement, we have also drafted the men's charter, which has gathered the intent for men to enter a new paradigm of their role in society. Since its inception in 2018, the movement has made progress in a number of outputs, and we're going to share some of those outputs. Our efforts have seen us driving the provincial and district structures. We have seen a lot of effort going into provincial structures, and provincial structures, with all of you contributing to that as leaders, have been quite active, even though there are still a number of gaps, and especially in ensuring that we are very much organized to a point where we are able to deliver all the work that we are doing. We know that there has been limited provincial executive committees in some provinces, and we have had challenges around provinces being able to convene and talk to each other. However, some other provinces like the Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, as we have mentioned, as well as KZN, can really be used as an example that shows how we should help each other to be able to do all of this organization. And I think we should also give a round of applause to those provinces. In terms of district coordination, KZN have been functional, and of course we've had a few provinces that have had a lot of, some challenges to ensure that we organize and implement the district programs. We have the following districts, like the district men's parliament that were launched in KZN. We had about a target of 3, and the provincial men's parliament, we had a target of 3 as well, and we had a target of 1 provincial boys' assembly. Out of those, in terms of district men's parliament, we were not able to launch all of them. And the provincial men's parliament, we were able to launch 1, and we also had a successful provincial boys' assembly. In the Eastern Cape, we had the district men's parliament target a total of 8, and out of that 8, 4 were launched. Out of 3 provincial men's parliament, we had 1 in the past 2 years, and we had 1 district boys' assembly. The Western Cape had launched 1 district men's parliament, as well as 1 provincial men's parliament, as well as 1 boys' assembly in the province. The Free State was able to launch 5 district men's parliament. And the provincial parliament, they had 3, and they were not able to conduct the provincial boys' assembly. Limpopo, we had 4 launched district men's parliament. The provincial men's parliament were 2, and 1 provincial boys' assembly. Mpumalanga, as we have mentioned as an example, was able to launch all their 3 district men's parliament, and their provincial men's parliament were 3 as well, and 2 provincial boys' assembly. And Gauteng was able to launch 4 district men's parliaments, 1 provincial men's parliament, and provincial boys' assembly. The Northern Cape was able to launch 4 men's parliaments, 2 provincial men's parliament, and 1 provincial boys' assembly. And last but not least, the Northwest launched 2 district men's parliament, and provincial men's parliament were 2, and 1 boys' assembly. And all of these highlight a lot of intent that was interpreted into efforts that made sure that all the targets of ensuring that we gather in these provincial plans and have this engagement, the engagements that highlight the issues and the work and the response that we should present in order to drive this movement. And driving this movement would help us to respond in a very coordinated manner around the work of the men's movement. As we have heard from the provincial leaders, we have experienced a number of challenges, and we are going to highlight a few of them, and these challenges are going to really help us to be able to refocus as we go into our next term before the next parliamentary sitting. We have a number of challenges with regards to coordination in provinces. We have heard that from the provincial leaders, and it is one issue that we know, and we have had requests to be able to assist us so that we are able to coordinate well. We have challenges with hosting organizations, which also speaks to being resourced in order for us to be able to do this work, especially within the hosting organization that are not well equipped to be able to coordinate SANAC processes, as well as participation in the AIDS councils. Because the AIDS councils are one of the key programs, especially under SANAC, that really help us in organizing ourselves and in order for us to be able to implement our programs. There has been challenges with regards to strengthening, and to an extent we've heard that we're not even able to initiate very strong partnership between government, business, and many other partners in order for us to implement all of the work at national level, provincial, and district. Now, we have recommendations from all of the discussions that we had that one of the strategies that we are going to implement with regards to these challenges is to have very strong accountability mechanisms, and mechanisms that are going to ensure that there is a responsibility to leaders within provinces as well as districts all the way to local level, to be able to build and ensure that the leaders are meeting and are taking the full responsibility for ensuring that all the gatherings that are supposed to happen do happen. And if those are not happening in a way that we envisage and the way that we have planned, and there has been no clear outreach to highlight in advance the challenges that we're experiencing, we are going to have no choice but to disband the structures that are dysfunctional. As well as out of that, continue to reset ourselves and strengthen coordination and participation of men from all walks of life in all the tiers of our organization. We have had recommendations to have well-coordinated activities that are going to ensure that we are as inclusive as possible in our endeavors of all men, regardless of gender orientation within our movement. We are going to ensure that we strengthen participation within the AIDS councils, working with the National AIDS Council, as well as the provincial and the district AIDS councils. We are going to have a strengthened partnership and build on the successes that we have had with DSD on men championing change and Takwane Reime coordination. It is important that we highlight some of the successes that we have had, that we have seen quite a bit of political will and commitment to support and partner with our work. We have seen buy-in from partners at both national and sub-national levels. We have seen some resources, because this is one of the issues that was highlighted as part of our engagement, that we do need resources to drive the work that we are doing and the work and all of the commitments that we are going to have as part of today's parliament. We have a number of lessons that we have learned on how we do our work, that the current approaches to presentations and discussions, and this is one of the things that we heard from you, all of you, yesterday. They need a review so that when we come here to report, and in fact, at any opportunity within our framework, when we have to report, we really have to show very tangible progress that we are making, because the world South Africa is looking and waiting to see what it is that we are doing as men. We know that men are generally in support of social behavioral change, and there is commitment amongst a number of men to end abuse of women and children. Therefore, we need to strengthen a multifaceted response and coordination around ensuring that it is not just rhetoric, but it is a lot of action that helps us to do all of this work. While the programs that we have are aimed at increasing male involvement in GBV efforts, we learn that the programmatic approach in terms of language and terminology requires a lot of exploration so that we are in sync with our communities, especially to adolescent boys and young men, so that the language that we speak around the issues that we face is not speaking above the people that we need to target. And this is important because a lot of our engagements are informed mostly by a lot of academic productions in terms of literature that really informs a lot of our work. And that is an important aspect of the work that we do. However, it tends to be just about that language, and we speak about language that is not understood. We go and talk about patriarchy, and we hear from young people in communities that we do not understand this language. What does this mean? So we really need, as part of our work, to really ensure that the language that we speak, in order for it to be impactful, ought to be understood by the people that we are targeting. We have heard from you a lot of challenges that we're experiencing, and a lot is going to be done to mitigate all of these challenges.
2 more minutes, Honorable
And we
Member.
have a plan of action to launch 842 traditional council and 226 local municipality men's parliament. We have a plan of action to have a comprehensive and a coherent and adequately financed national men's championing change program of action of 2020 to 2022 until we meet here. We are going to adopt the South African Men's Charter, and we are going to compile a resource list for coordination of men's and boys' formation and structures at all levels, and we are going to collect data as per the results-based monitoring and evaluation plans and prepare and dissemination of results. And for all of this work, we'd like to acknowledge all our partners, ABN-BEV, the Department of Social Development, as well as our Secretariat, Azali Healthcare, which coordinates a lot of this work, pipeline projects, MENA campaign with USID, UN Women, NHTL, and many other partners. And the campaigns that we have adopted as the men's movement is Dakwane Reime, the hashtag No Excuse campaign, hashtag Men's Championing Change, hashtag Street Champions. This has not yet been embraced by the National Men's Parliament and by DSD, as well as men's lounges. And I will, at that point, leave it. And thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we will have Dr. Hannah for the Men's Charter and Program of Action. We will try to be very strict on time so that we can at least not have the same situation like yesterday.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. All protocol observed. Deputy Chairperson, actually, I think yesterday we did quite well because we finished 30 minutes early. So today we're going to take up that 30 minutes. So be prepared to be here until 9 o'clock.
It depends on who's on the presiding side. Yes.
Welcome, colleagues, friends, comrades. The Dakwane Men's Movement in 2015, when we called the President of the country, President Cyril Ramaphosa, at the Constitution Hill, we were concerned that despite the various strategic plans, national, district, regional, local, community plans that we were establishing, we had a major challenge when it comes to making the impact. When you looked at our data, whether reported from SAPS and health, our indicators in gender-based violence, femicide, homicide, in sexual offenses, our HIV, TB, even COVID, we tend to have results that reflect us to be one of the leading countries when it comes to undesired outcomes. And as the men's movement, we identified that the greatest challenge we had was working in silos, incoherence, and uncoordinated responses. So through Dakwane Rime, which is a Venda expression for Let's Stand Together, we said as men of South Africa, the days of working in silos are behind us. It is something that we will not accept. It's something that we will not tolerate because it has an impact on the lives of South Africans. So it's important that we come together. And of course, Rev Khumalo, you'd remember that in 2013, in April, we signed a declaration to elimination of violence against women and children. And at that time, we were led by former President Kgalema Motlanthe, who was the then SANAC chairperson. And when we signed that declaration, we had actually committed to eliminate gender-based violence. So by the time we met in 2015, in fact, gender-based violence was on the rise. And so we called on the office of the presidency to really champion this program of Takwani Rime. And the current chairperson of SANAC, Deputy President David Mabuza, is our patron. And in August of 2018, we called on the president at the Men's Summit, where we met and we defined how do we institutionalize a responsive men's movement. And we started with the first objective of the Takwani Rime men's movement, which is institutionalizing organizations that are working with men and boys in the form of men's parliaments. And between October and November of 2018, we initiated with the provincial men's parliaments. Like the report has been given, all 9 parliaments set. And on the 18th, 19th, and 20th of 2018, we met for the National Men's Parliament. Now, in terms of taking matters forward on institutionalization of a responsive men's movement, in accordance to our first objective, our program of action for 2020-2022 is that we will take our program forward of men's parliament, where currently we are at the level of district men's parliament with about a 70% success rate in implementation, but we still have 17 districts that have not yet launched, but we're not going to wait for those districts. We are now going to local municipality, is Salga here. We're coming, all 226 local municipalities. We're going to make sure that we launch men's parliaments in those areas. And we expect men to sit a minimum of once every six months, so twice a year, in all 226 local municipalities. This is the speakers program, and so the speakers must make sure that they receive the men that we are going to send to those local municipalities, and the executive mayors must lead us with that program. We will bring them in. And Deputy Chair, you spoke about the no excuse. This is part of the no excuse campaign. And if the executive mayor doesn't come, if the speaker doesn't come, it's fine. They'll find us in that chamber. We won't delay our response to gender-based violence. And Nkosi Mahlangu, we're coming. All 882 traditional councils. We are going to present to you 6 men in those traditional councils who are our leaders in this movement, to work with the chiefs in all the traditional council to convene men a minimum of twice a year so that we engage with the issues that affect us. Now, when it comes to institutionalization on that note, and governance and leadership, we're entering a phase of implementation. Our next report in 2022 is not going to be a narrative that is neither here nor there. We want data. We want to know how you were doing with femicide in 2018 and how you're doing in 2020 and how you're doing in 2022. We don't want stories. With HIV, we want the 90-90-90 cascades to account how have you done in terms of getting men tested on treatment and taking their treatment. So when it comes to leadership and governance, the era of zero tolerance to dysfunctional structures starts at 8 o'clock when this meeting adjourns. It has already been said by the SG and confirmed by the chair that dysfunctional structures will be immediately disbanded. So we will not have a chairperson who does not have a committee, because you can't chair yourself. And we also will not have a top 6 that does not establish lower structures, because you can't lead yourselves. So we are expecting that all 226 municipalities, locals, will have functional structures and consistent meetings. Failure to do that is disbandment. And if the higher structure does not take accountability, we at National will intervene and disband that lower structure, the province if necessary. If the province is not doing its job, we cannot postpone gender-based violence. And we cannot protect and cover up ourselves and pretend to be organized when women and children are dying. So disbandment will be with immediate effect. Within 3 months, you are dysfunctional. That's the time we give you. And after 3 months, there are many men in South Africa. We're not short of men. We bring new men to the front. They lead this movement. Zero tolerance for dysfunctionality. We will not tolerate it. So 1,228 men of South Africa, we're looking out for you to come out so that we have a well-structured, coordinated men's movement to lead South Africa. And we trust that we will go to the wards as our next move once we've established the structures up to local level. With our second objective, it's really around the men's charter. We've got 4 objectives as the men's movement. We will be launching the men's charter. In 2018, we introduced the men's charter where we met, supported by Gauteng Social Development, and we called over 40 organizations working with men and boys to start the process of establishing the men's charter. We thought it was going to be an easy process, especially with the declaration and articles, Chief Whip. But we realized that we had one very contentious issue, and that was the definition of a man. And we had to spend 5 years. To this day, we are still consulting, because it is that definition of a man that often leads to a number of challenges that we're facing. There was a speaker yesterday who spoke about indoda ikhali. That's the definition of a man currently. So what do we say about that? So hence the discussion. It's easy to define sex in terms of male, female, but when you look at issue of gender, it becomes very complex. And sexuality, it becomes even more complex. So we are very sensitive that we don't rush this process. We have an honest engagement and a progressive engagement, because if we can't define a man, then what is the man's charter? We know what's a charter, but we must know what is a man's charter. The current definition, which is a working definition of a man, we have in our men's charter defined a man as whose consciousness is a reflection of themselves as an adult male. Being a man is not a matter limited to biology, gender, sexuality, religion, culture, or socioeconomic status. A man is he who is productive, protective, and a caregiver in society. A certain consciousness that responds positively to matters in his society. So that's our current working definition, but we will ensure that we consult widely. This is going to, the draft that we have, that we are going to adopt and move forward partially, is going to be distributed to the women's sector, circulated amongst the youth sector, the children's sector, LGBTI, religious, traditional sector, so that we get inputs from the various sectors of society to influence and make sure that we come out with a men's charter that reflects the values of our constitution. And so in this charter, there are quite a number of articles. Currently, there's 26 articles, ranging from human rights, gender equality, duties of the men's parliament, under 3 chapters. But we ensure that this charter, particularly now that we're going to local municipalities and traditional council, there's an opportunity to engage with the document. And we do want to make sure that it's adopted sooner than later. In terms of our third objective, which is 365 days program of action, through the Men Championing Change program, there will be 2 flagship programs that we will be focusing on in the program of action 2020-2022. The first is the National Strategic Plan on HIV, TB, and STIs. TB remains the #1 killer in South Africa, particularly affecting men, but also the community at large. And of course, when a family loses a man, it's got far-reaching implications, including socioeconomic implications. So we need to make sure that we decisively come to the party as men to deal with HIV, TB, and STIs. And At district level, having spoken earlier about accountability, monitoring, we're working with various partners, in particular the UNAIDS, and we are going to make sure that in those council chamber meetings, we report on this 1990 strategy I spoke about, to say where were we in the first half of the year, what is our target for the next half of the year. When we come back in the next half, we're going to report how many men have we put on treatment, how many men have we gotten tested, and how many men are on treatment, including for the 1990. And that's going to take place in all the 226 municipalities support, but all the 52 districts across the country will be reporting on, particularly on the 1990. But we'll also look at the other 8 goals of the National Strategic Plan, ranging from prevention, treatment, key populations in terms of also human rights, leadership and governance, strategic information, as well as making sure that we raise the necessary resources. The second program on the main championing change is with gender-based violence. Fortunately, Deputy Chair, we finally gotten a national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide that was adopted in April. And we will be engaging with the 6 pillars of that strategic plan as men. We'll also adopt the same strategy to ensure that we get very clear strategic information indicators that can hold us accountable, so that local municipalities by local municipalities, we can identify, my leader, that in Mpumalanga, Ehlanzeni, this is the area that is holding us back because of its numbers. If necessary, the district must come in. If the district is failing, the province must come in. If the province is failing that local municipality, the national, all of us will come in and resolve that problem. So we want to be very specific. The days of 8 women are killed every day, those days are gone, because it means nothing in terms of responding and giving us direction. We want to know at your local municipality, what is the rate of femicide, so that we can intervene at that level. And we'll also look at other indicators of GBV, sexual offenses, and so forth. And there were issues that were raised. I don't want to repeat them yesterday on the floor. I'm sure others will be raised today in the debate. But these issues have to deal with local contexts and those issues that affect communities. So if there's no water in a particular village or township, the men must meet. Deputy Speaker, the days of us coming to government and asking what government can do, we want to put those days behind us. We want to tell you, no, we fixed that pothole. You can relax. We're taking care of our communities. It's us who live in those streets. It's not government. So we are going to be discussing issues that affect us, partner with government, with business, so that we come up with joint solutions and be in line with the district development model as partners, not as an additional burden. Men can be a burden to the system. And so we'll also raise the issues that were raised. I think we all had the issue of protecting children came very strongly. So UNICEF, we're really going to need your partnership so that we introduce programs between us as men and the children of South Africa, particularly the boy child, in how do we mentor, how do we raise better boy children, but also how do we look after children in general. And of course, the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities is going to be quite important. An issue in terms of prevention of mental health, so a lot of psychosocial support is also going to be important, so that we really look at the issue of the health of men in totality. I think it's not a surprise. I'm sure some of you have asked yourself the question, why is it all the homeless people that I see who are mentally disturbed, why are they all male? Is there a genetic thing? You know, but it's because male are not taken care of. When the problem starts, no one looks at it until the man ends up on the street under a bridge as a mental case. And we need to make sure that we take care of men early on and detect mental problems, but also the issue of anger management was raised very sharply, so that we know how to deal with our emotions and we're empowered, including through processes like men's lounges. Lastly, Deputy Chair, before I leave the podium, we will unashamedly acknowledge men who are community builders and developers. We won't do it without shame. The founder of the International Men's Day spoke about it quite elegantly. that, in fact, I think he alluded to say the man that he is today is because he was inspired by his father. So we need to acknowledge those fathers who are raising families, who are developing communities, who are taking their pension money to establish soccer teams so that the boys don't stay idle, who are using their last cent just to, teach, whether it's a Sunday school. So when we talk about these men's awards and awarding men, we're not talking about awarding the awarded. We know the usual suspects who are already receiving the awards. We're really talking about finding that man who would have never been acknowledged before and bringing them to the spotlight so that also the boy child is inspired. We grew up in places where our role models were those who were on the wrong side of behavior, social behavior and the law. And we want to make sure that, and those men who were doing progressive work were often ridiculed and seen as not seen. And we want to make sure that we bring those men to the forefront. So we've launched in 2015 the National South African Men of the Year Awards. Unfortunately, this year we had to hold back because of the COVID regulations, but we'll make sure we sustain that program and bring it down to provinces, districts, and all the way to local municipalities as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Men's Sector. You set a very good example for all of the speakers that will follow you. When we speak about issues of women, and especially since we came out very strong, many people will say this is the post-Beijingers, because the Beijing Platform of Action assisted the women of the world to understand better what is the rights and responsibilities of women. But also in South Africa, today we speak about the Men's Charter 66 years after the first Women's Charter was adopted. So, Doctor, it doesn't look like that, but what you did was groundbreaking in terms of the fact that men are actually establishing themselves, taking a stand, and making sure that they also begin to address the issues that is plaguing men, but also that they are making commitments that as men, they will be building a better South Africa. Now, what we are going to say after this is the post-Cape Town men, because you call us the post-Beijingers. We are going to start with the party statements, and we will call on Honorable Edward Njadu, Member of Parliament in the NCOP for the ANC. Honorable Njadu.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Minister,
Honorable Chief Whip.
Bonga Panes Zulu, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Executive, members of Parliament, members of the provincial legislatures, SALGA representatives, our alliance partners, and also acknowledge the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the men's sector. Ladies and gentlemen, South Africans, let me first use this opportunity, Deputy Chairperson, to take a moment of silence to prove that what we are going to speak about is a reality. For Lorraine Brandon, who is only 31 years old, a mother of two, who was robbed and murdered this morning. So, Deputy Chairperson, to take a moment of silence for the loss of a very young woman.
Lauren Braden was murdered this morning coming from work in Epping, a mother of two, only 31 years of age. Can we stand and observe a moment of silence for her? May his soul and the soul of all the dearly departed rest in peace. Amen.
Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, once more, it is a pleasure to see this house full of men gathering here today, which means that men can unite against violence of women and children. The African National Congress, we would like to use this platform to express our utmost appreciation for this very important men's parliament. It is a platform for us as men to self-reflect, meaning self-introspection, be accountable. The time is now for men to stand up and be accountable in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, economic discrimination and marginalization facing many women in our country, especially black women, and sexism in general. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, mass mobilization of men will go a long way in ensuring men become part of the solution in the battle facing women in our country. Kotata, masphakameni, mans moet opstaan. Men must stand up against violence of women and children. This is I quote, a shadow pandemic, close quote, and a war against women and children. Deputy Chairperson, we need real men. When I say real men, I mean men who realize the importance of women and also who realize the importance of children. We need real men to join and speak to the hearts and souls of the men of our country. Because it's them who are disrespectful to women. It's them who are dishonor the woman, who destroy lives of women. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, this platform is a very, very important platform for men to become conscious in their minds. Enough is enough. Wanneer madoda. Genoeg is genoeg. Let's make a turnaround. Deputy Speaker, the government of the African National Congress are also calling on churches, religious leaders to take up the fight. Women are our mothers. They are the ones who brought life to all men in South Africa. There's no man in South Africa who don't come from a woman. And therefore, it's our obligation to respect women and protect our children. Masikhusele omama bethu, nodade bethu. Let's protect our mothers and sisters. Kom ons beskerm onze moeders and sisters. Today, the African National Congress, will take this opportunity to call on all men and boys to stand up, men to stand up, boys to be taught against the abuse of women and children. Deputy Chairperson, as the African National Congress, we are taking this platform very serious. And we are saying today, on the 20th of November 2020, let this be a turnaround. Let's stop the abuse against women and children. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
The next speaker will be Honorable Ndoda of the Democratic Alliance. I don't know whether the person is on.
I'm on virtual. Can you hear me, Segala Stalo in ZOP?
Can I just repeat your name? It's Noda Doda. Nodada. Not Ndoda.
Noda.
Noda.
Njalo. Mhlali ngaphambili malunga bekekileyo, delegates and guests, fellow South Africans, ndiyanibulisa ngale njikalanga molweni.
Molo.
We're extremely pleased that men have gathered here today to not only talk, but to establish solutions and a way forward after acknowledging truth that I would like to share with all of us men today. Gentlemen, I'm using this term very loosely. Today, I want to premise my message on the following. We need it without compensation. I grew up not knowing my father for 13 years, while staying with my mother and 3 brothers. She often shared and cried about her past abuses in marriage, while my older brother was convicted with crime for 18 years. Regardless, today I'm expected to be an example to my little brother, grow up to be a gentleman of character, become a husband I've never seen, bear children, and be a fatherly example I've rarely experienced. It sounds rather controversial, but the development of the boy child is of utmost importance for the moral etiquette of society. It is hardly spoken about proactively, but immensely challenged reactively. The legacy of colonialism and apartheid and continued patriarchy, which saw the brutal and systematic oppression of Black people and women in particular, has left our society with deep emotional and mental scars. Some of the ways in which the pains of these deep scars manifest themselves are seen through the senseless and brutal headlines that we as men continue to make. We live in a society of fatherless homes, abusive husbands, drug abusing men who live criminal lives, and men who generally run away from their responsibilities without any accountability. Young boys in our communities grow up exposed to such conditions and yet are expected to be upstanding citizens of the Republic without having been equipped with the necessary life skills and guidance to break this cycle consistently. Men of character and principles that can be role models to future generations are few and far in between. Furthermore, talking about the moral development of men in society is a foreign concept and is even offensive in some circles. I can say this because Nansuga is Lali. This is notwithstanding the fact that those who are expected to step up and lead the conversation on our moral regeneration have rarely seen or been taught to be good men. Little proactive steps are being taken by us men to address the consistent development of the boy child. That immensely contributes to society's atrocities, such as crime, rape, abuse, violence, absent fathers, and the cycle of breeding. This immoral status quo is not challenged with the vigor it deserves. We further perpetuate a culture of portraying vulnerability as weakness. As a result, we hardly want to be vulnerable, to talk about our own thoughts and feelings, because we have always been taught to man up and reminded that indoor daikali, as if you were born with predetermined solutions. We too go through things, And it's high time we make acknowledgement that we need to address these issues as men. The system has encouraged internalizing challenges and invert men take it out on the most vulnerable. We men encourage manning up to a point where those who do not high five each other for having 5 girlfriends is seen as being weak. Those who have not slept with a girl are seen as less of men, even if they are not attracted to men but sexually identify otherwise. Those who have never been in a fight or a brawl, let alone played hard sports growing up, are seen to be sissies or feminine, as if there's something wrong with that. If you've never sat espaza shop ekoneni, uchaye insango, while drooling over passing women, or going as far as spanking their bum, you're not cool enough to be called one of us. In modern day, the worst part is the pressure of buying weaves, alcohol, and showing women good time to prove that you're man enough, while stroking your own ego, and we encourage this culture as if it's something correct to define as men. Just last Christmas Eve, my beautiful little niece was sexually harassed by a boy next door. And there are countless women and girls who live in fear just because of our existence. Many women have been raped and killed at the hands of their partners. Even myself, when I walk to my car in the evening outside the city hall, I fear being attacked or hijacked, not by a woman, but by those that look like me, men. If that's how I feel as a man, I can only imagine the fear that lives within our sisters, our mothers, our aunts, our grandmothers, daughters, and all women of our society, let alone the corrective abuse that the LGBTQI community gets from us as men. The statistics that we share and we heard yesterday and today, and we talk about daily, there are daily real faces behind them. People's mothers, daughters, sisters, nieces, and the list is endless. Do we lack empathy to a point of no return? I don't believe so. As Michelle Obama simply puts it, just the ability to walk in someone else's shoes, the recognition that someone else's experience has value too. Most of us practice this without a second thought in our communities. If we see someone suffering or struggling, we don't stand in judgment. We reach out because there, but for the grace of God go I. It's not a hard concept to grasp. It's what we ought to teach the boy child consistently to end perpetrators. Most importantly, we as men need to call it out even in our own spaces and our own circles. When you see something that is not right, gentlemen, you must say something. You must do something. That is the truest form of empathy, not just feeling, but doing. Not just for ourselves or our women, but for everyone, for all of those who live under fear because of us men. Our daily actions moving forward must be to challenge the status quo with vigor, which enhances hypermasculinity and the culture of misguided patriarchy, through making the moral etiquette of the boy child daily bread, with the express intention to groom and develop men who will become upstanding citizens, leaders, brothers, gentlemen, husbands, and fathers of tomorrow, leading the moral regeneration of our society. And it starts with us in this house today to take this message and not just talk about it, but do something. And we must act and show young boys that they can be better people tomorrow. Being a man should not be about how much physical strength you possess, but what principles and values guide your life and the example you set thereof, coupled with a good character and the responsibility to protect society from your own individual self and those that are potential threat to our collective peace. They are extremely present fathers to their children, good husbands to our mothers, guided brothers at home, gentlemen of stature, and morally etiquette sons, which we should immensely appreciate. And I do believe there are more of them in this house. However, the need for moral regeneration for the boy child is of utmost importance. Constant life skills development and a constant reminder of our socioeconomic disparities that we constantly need to challenge to improve the moral etiquette of society and be sources of constant motivation and guidance amongst our own selves so that we are not later referred to as perpetrators, but protectors. not references absent, but the mostly present moral guide, not the most gentle of men, and the most respectable and accepting boys of all humanity. The aim, therefore, is to achieve moral etiquette, where the culture of caring for the boy child is a norm through nurturing each other at home, in the classroom, social spaces, work, leadership, and society as a whole to embody etiquette, discipline, respect, principles, and values in all that we do to model and develop the phenomenon amongst ourselves and those we interact with so as to challenge the status quo and defeat this perpetual cycle. It's all about learning, gentlemen, unlearning and relearning. As we so desperately need a moral campus to liberate so many lives, the DA has specific proposals to us men, first and foremost, the different ministers of education, justice, police, and correctional services. I know I could be preaching to the converted, but I do believe that there's a role that we need to play as parliament and as government to make sure that whatever we put in place as law and policy actually does assist not just the development of the boy child, but to make sure that the system is functional, not to repeat what colonialism and apartheid did. Number one, life orientation must have a dedicated focus on the development of the boy child and teach about gender-based violence and femicide and the laws that govern us all to increase consciousness of the learner on societal issues and how one can be a citizen of good character and call out bad behavior wherever it raises its head. Number two, the curriculum gaps in education and medical qualifications must be addressed for them to be conscious enough of these challenges. All state and private educational institutions should implement an age-appropriate teaching unit addressing consent, bodily autonomy, and appropriate intersex conduct as part of the curriculum. We need to make sure that each province actually appoints a child commissioner to make sure that the rights of children, of all children, is actually looked after. All institutions of higher learning must have sexual harassment policies and deal harshly with sex for marks as seen in some institutions. We must report any incidences of sex for jobs, even if it's done by those that are close to us. We must call out our own brothers and friends in our spaces who might be perpetuating this culture of violence against women and children. It is high time we review and engage our cultural norms set by our elders. As an example, Uktwala. Police must be properly trained on how to handle sexual crimes and gender-based violent cases. These must be given by the victim support services so that they can better deal with them. Furthermore, each police station must at least have private rooms where cases of gender-based violence can be dispensed or dealt with without it being in the open. The current South African Human Trafficking Law, Act 7 of 2013, is a law with much open opportunities.
Honorable Member, as you conclude,
I think we need to do it better. Can I just close off,
yes,
Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, by saying that my simple message to you today is that the status quo needs to change without us being compensated. It is high time we start the consistent development of the boy child with the utmost moral etiquette and use any platform we are on, like Parliament, to amend law, policy in this cause to be protectors and not perpetrators. I thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next will be Honorable Sam Matiase of the EFF from the virtual platform.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. May I extend my greetings to all participants, all leaders of different formations who have gathered for the last 2 days to reflect on this important matter. Honorable Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed chronic gender inequalities, or perhaps has exposed the fault lines of unemployment and poverty on women in this country. This session, convened in partnership with the Takuane Rieme men's movement, has brought into sharp focus the the importance of coherence, efficiency, and effectiveness in the implementation of a program addressing health and community development with targeted focus on gender-based violence and femicide, HIV, and AIDS and TB, as driven and made possible by the hashtag Men Champion Change Program. Surely, Honorable Chair, a compelling desire to address these issues as identified by the men's movement is what drives the undertaking to fight and combat all forms of gender-based violence, sexual abuse, and class exploitation under the catalyst and vanguard leadership of the men's movement in his endeavors to seek working and permanent solutions by institutionalizing a response to this scourge. We call on all stakeholders to ensure that a campaign of this nature is sustained and carried through with more vigor and intensity in order to captivate the whole nation behind such a program. We believe that the difficulties the movement, at least at practical level, is faced with is finding a solid traction in establishing a clear organizing and fighting strategy to actually challenge and change the status quo and to challenge and change the state of things. This difficulty is related to the class nature of those who lead most of our national formations and organizations, including those who sit in parliament, in cabinet, whose conduct is found wanting. It is also because of the class and social outlook and class aspirations, as well as the method applied to combat this scourge. Most of these leaders, majority of them are men, accept the invitation to have talk shows with no meaning, with no commitment to undo their ethical and behavioral patterns in relation to this question. All what they are happy with is to regularly or oftenly criticize this and that and provide no solution to concrete problems and fail to provide alternative and parallel agencies to mobilize society to provide answers to this problem. Madam Chair, the movement requires a class perspective as a response to gender-based violence. It ought to understand that gender-based relations are a social construct. Likewise, gender-based violence as well is a social construct and ought to be understood as such. It can be undone and finally be destroyed socially by inculcating and cultivating new ethical behavior and behavioral patterns on how boys and girls are brought up, with or without parental care and love, the role modeling aspect that is required and often not found within our communities, the absent father-mother figure phenomenon, which is also to be blamed about the conduct that borders on boys being violent towards girls and men being violent towards women. Access to nutritious food is important. Access to health and education, and generally, access to early childhood development. All of this combined shapes and determines the future of a child that would be an adult in the future. House Chair, to achieve a new gender relations, society needs a reorientation and reconstruction of traditional cultural norms and values which currently differentiate and ascribe certain roles to boys and girls. This ought to change. Cultural norms, in so many ways, influence thinking, language, human ethical behavior. The social environment in which individuals are born and live shapes their attitudinal, emotional, and behavioral reaction and the perception about what is happening around them. The same applies in the case of assigned roles in society based on gender. We cannot treat the phenomenon of gender-based violence simplistically as a result of ethnic barbarity, cultural backwardness, and black men's lack of civility. This anti-black and racist narrative must be challenged and be defeated. It doesn't help the cause of women and the fight against violence against women and children, but it stereotypes and alienates men from realizing their role in this fight. There is no doubt that the escalation of violence against women has fueled this movement, which we have come to appreciate its role in society. But what should also influence this movement is the masculinity and femininity dimension, especially the toxic masculinity, which assumes that it has entitlement over women and their bodies. This must be confronted and exposed. The movement should also see, as part of what shapes its role, as more of a need for a widespread mass protest against declining living conditions in general and against liberal policies adopted by government. Violence against women is closely related to the economic system in which we live, and therefore the fight against violence against women involves a struggle against capitalism as a system. Other important lesson that came out of this session is that the tragic cases of GBV and femicide that we see on a daily basis, often involving extreme forms of violence, are connected directly to the pressures of everyday life on ordinary families, especially on women and girl child, and boys and men who are unemployed and have got no alternative forms of livelihood. And this should not be an excuse. And there is no doubt that this pressure has increased with the deepening economic crisis as we experience currently. Capitalistic power relations between men and women have ensured that women's bodies are not fully their own, but owned by us, by men. And this fact, in the given social and economic context, further conditions the relations between the sexes, promoting the idea of a property relation of men over women. It is capitalist power relation
As you
that is
conclude,
responsible
Honourable
for
Member.
reproducing toxic gender relations. Madam Chair, as I conclude, this Parliament session must, amongst its resolution, take a firm position that all participant and formations must commit to fight to remove the social basis that fuels violence and discriminate on the grounds of gender and class. And this must be a commitment that we make, and it must not just be a talk show that would end today, but must go beyond these parliamentary sessions and ensure that we work together to ensure that we build a real alternative where the economic resources will be in the hands of women, especially those who work in order to fundamentally alter the economic relations, and where we can build a society that puts an end to exploitation of men by men and of women by men. We have had enough of speeches. We now demand an end to gender-based violence and femicide, and we want action now. Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The next speaker will be Advocate Anthony Mike Mitchell of the IFP.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Members of the Executive, Honourable Members of Parliament, delegates and distinguished guests. On behalf of our Leader in Parliament and President Emeritus of the Inkatha Freedom Party, His Excellency Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, and all members of the IFP Men's Parliamentary Caucus, it is my great honour and privilege to address you all here today. Deputy Chairperson, according to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, 137 women across the world are killed by a member of their own family every single day. And Africa is the region where women run the greatest risk of being killed by an intimate partner or other family member. According to South Africa's most recent crime statistics, on average, 7 women we hear are murdered daily. This leaves 7 families bereft of their daughter, mother, sister, grandmother, aunt, niece, or granddaughter. Hundreds of families every month, thousands of families every year, senselessly and irrevocably shattered. and this is by the hands of the police. Only this morning in the Cape Times, there was a report on the violent assault in Cape Town of Miss Wendy Dubeni, who, upon attempting to report her attack at a police station, was allegedly asked to stand aside by a SAPS officer as she was not wearing a mask. This is completely and utterly unacceptable. Ms. Dubeni and all other victims of GBV should be treated with the care, respect, and dignity that they deserve, and as is enshrined as a basic right, as per our Constitution. As the men of South Africa, we should view the Constitution as a blueprint to guide our behavior. Our Bill of Rights affirms our democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. When we act, we should do so taking into consideration the fact that no person may discriminate directly or indirectly on the basis of gender. Further, that everyone has the right to have their dignity respected and protected, and everyone has the right to freedom and security of their person, and to be free from all forms of violence. Earlier this year, President Ramaphosa declared GBV to be a second pandemic. The IFP wholeheartedly agrees. We reiterate our call upon government to afford this grave threat to the continued well-being of our society the resources and the attention that it deserves. Deputy Chairperson, this is the time for committed and implemented action by government. No more rhetoric or workshops. It is the time for fully capacitated, nationwide GBV public services, together with capable and victim-centric law enforcement and effective prosecution for all GBV-related crime. It is a time in which this nation, its government, and its citizens must state in one resounding and resolute voice that there is no more excuse for abuse. The IFP stands in definitive solidarity with this men's parliament in eradicating the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide from South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next will be Honorable Wayne Thring of the ACTP.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, men of South Africa, ladies present, honorable colleagues present, I want to greet you on behalf of the President of the African Christian Democratic Party, the Reverend Dr. Kenneth Meshwe, and also extend our thanks that the African Christian Democratic Party is able to participate in this men's parliament. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, as we consider and respond to the theme, institutionalizing a responsive men's movement, the ACDP is consciously aware of the constant danger and threat that both men and women face. From time immemorial, however, men have been under attack. We read about this in the biblical narratives when the first man, Adam, was dispositioned. Later, we see boys being murdered by Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. And even later, when the boy child Christ was born, King Herod ordered the murder of all baby boys under the age of 2. Today, it is our belief that not much has changed, because from the time the boy child is born, in fact, even before his birth, he has a target on his back. He is challenged in terms of his identity. He is challenged in terms of his role, his behavior, and place in society. He reads and hears about take a girl child to work and cries, "What about me? Don't I matter as a boy, as a male. Who cares about me? And so it is for this reason that the ACDP supports the Boys to Men's program initiated by the churches for social transformation, CAST, and other similar programs, which teaches young men that they too are valued, that they have purpose, that our young men in South Africa and around the world are full of potential, that their plans can become a reality, and that even in the midst of persecution, they must persevere in order to progress. We must teach our young men to use their physical attributes to honor, to respect, and to protect the girl child and the vulnerable amongst us. As we work towards institutionalizing a responsive men's movement, we must dismantle this negative narrative of the battle of the sexes. We have to ask ourselves the question, who created this battle? Who adds fuel to this discourse when we clearly were created equal, male and female? And sadly, the vast majority of abuse today against women and girls is perpetrated by men. And this is in the form of sexual violence, including rape and sexual assault, as well as systemic, institutional, and cultural-based forms of violence. It is time to stop. It is time to stop the war. It is time to stop the battle. It is time to stop the violence. And it is time to break the silence. Plato once said, silence is consent. And in this context, the lack of appropriate response to violence against women and children and the girl child is a tacit approval of that violent action. The ACDP is on record for condemning the violence perpetrated against women and children through pornography. We have consistently said that pornography is the theory and rape is the practice. It is hypocritical to speak out against the act of rape, but not the source of rape. Stop the violence. Stop the silence. As I conclude, Robert F. Kennedy said, each time a person stands up for an idea or acts to improve the lot of others or strikes out against injustice, he or she sends tiny ripples of hope, and crossing each other from a million different centers of energy, those ripples build a current that can sweep down the mightiest walls of oppression and resistance. The ACDP supports the vendor saying, Tukawane Riema, let's stand together. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Thring. The next speaker will be from the UDM, Honorable Bongani Mankongwana.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, and Honorable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. South Africa is faced with numerous challenges that derail progress and development in our society. Among those challenges is the fact that society is organized along patriarchal lines where men hold power and dominate roles of high authority while women are largely excluded from them. Patriarchy has shaped our society in many forms. It goes beyond the way in which men dominate in our society to have huge impact on gender-based violence and women and children. In 2020, the country experienced an escalation of reported GBV cases. A shocking number of more than 87,000 cases were reported just in 1 week into lockdown. That enormous increase resulted in the country facing two pandemics, COVID-19 and gender-based violence. Society has normalized certain wrong behaviors and perspectives that have led to the rising number of GBV and child abuse. These norms have granted men control over female behavior, the approval of violence in a way to resolve conflict, toxic masculinity that is linked to the male dominance, aggression, and inflexible gender roles. These norms are evident in our society, for example, in the way in which a boy child is raised differently from a girl child promotes male dominance. The incorrect manner of raising a boy child sets a wrong precedence of men's superiority over women. Behavioral patterns stem from the children's upbringing, family values, and unity must be enforced. Our society should embrace the African ways of raising kids, where it takes a village to raise a child, and we need to intensify the spirit of Ubuntu. Another challenge is the lack of role models in our community. Patriarchal society has habituated boys and men to be strong and avoid showing vulnerability. The manner in which they handle emotions is sometimes not good for their well-being, because whenever they come across difficulties and abuse in life, they suffer in pain, which eventually results in anger issues, depression, and mental illnesses. Mental illness is real. Men should normalize having conversation about it and seek professional help when it's needed. These boys and men sometimes express their anger through violence towards women and children. It should be a responsibility. It should be every individual's responsibility to fight against GBV and ensure a safe environment for women, LGBTQ community, people with disability and albinism, and homeless individuals. A wise man once said, proper fingers are leading to a properly operating hand. Organizations and movements like moral regeneration movement should be more visible on the ground to achieve moral renewal. We need to go back to basics, where society claims back the responsibility of raising a child. Religious groups and initiation schools are influential institutions when it comes to teaching boys how to behave better in society. And therefore, churches and houses of traditional leaders should utilize their platforms to fight GBV, femicide, and the spread of HIV and TB. The Department of Education should consider establishing a subject in primary schools that will educate learners about the effects and consequences of GBV. Children must be taught that whilst they are still young, about all forms of abuse. That will not prevent them from being perpetrators. It will enable them to speak out when they come across abuse. Government should implement effective measures to prevent GBV. They must prioritize the fight against GBV pandemic through the utilization of state-owned media houses to educate and spread awareness, just the way we did when we prioritize and spend billions of rands to fight against the coronavirus. Government and traditional leaders must ensure that tradition and cultural practices promote the dignity and respect of women, as opposed to undermining, downgrading, and violating women's rights. Lastly, the UDM acknowledges the bills tabled by the government to tighten laws on GBV against women and children. We urge the government to ensure effective and rapid implementation of the bills. Perpetrators of GBV and other forms of violence are seemingly exploiting loopholes within the legal system, and therefore the laws should be made to fully protect all victims of GBV. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makuwane. The next speaker will be Honorable Makubo of ATM.
At this point in time, we had thought that after the many marches, there would be change in Olomam. We had thought that there would be change in legislation that results in change in all of the programs that are done in the communities. But yet we are still subjected to many scores of women that are subjected to gender-based violence on a daily basis. And we cannot ignore the fact that there are many triggers in social ills that result to the gender-based violence epidemic that we're facing on a daily basis. And part and parcel of those is the economic stagnancy that South Africa has found found itself in, which has resulted in over 11 million people being unemployed. And as we speak right now, the president of the African Transformation Movement, Mnumzana Vuyelwa Tuzungula, submitted 14 resolutions to the president of the country to ensure that we put South Africans first in any and everything that has to do with the economy, in any and everything that has to do with jobs in South Africa. We must make sure and ensure that all jobs in South Africa are protected and put aside only for South Africans, so that we return the dignity of men to be able to be sound providers for their families, to be sound protectors for their families. And in cases where we know that there are no skills in South Africa, due processes must be followed to ensure that the only South Africans that are capable in certain specific skills are appointed into such places. Because bantakwethu siyayazi intobana indlala ibanga ulaka. It is time that we actually put South Africans first in jobs, in economies, in the informal economy, and just about everything that has to do with the economy as we charter new economies. We cannot ignore the fact that the LGBTQ community has been subjected to public lynching. Corrective rape of lesbians and transgender people is on the rise, and we are being stabbed on a daily basis for existing, all because somebody labeled us to be a depopulation agenda that came with white colonial masters. Kanjani singabantu singama Africa siphila sihamba sinegazi siphila kunye nani sibone into yobana singabantu phezu komhlaba nisivumele uba siphile olu hlobo uThixo bekade funa siphile ngalo. And it is the same injustice that is subjected to albino communities, where they are chopped benziwa umthi for it to be sold off to witch doctors, a practice that the African Transformation Movement is not in support of. It becomes worse when it gets to women. Because if you can remember yesterday's session, the Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister of Correctional Services, alluded to the fact that one in every 5 women in South Africa is subjected to gender-based violence. It sounds like a very small number until you actually translate it to human life. That is 5,940 women that have been subjected to gender-based violence. And we cannot be silent about that, because as we are speaking right now, the murder rate of South Africa is 58 murders a day. That means that as we are gathered here today, someone is fighting for her life. Ukhona umntana who's fighting for her life, running and begging for her to be able to be alive. It is for this reason that the president of the African Transformation Movement is calling for a perpetrator-centric system to be done away with. Sense sure indobana, we are putting the lives of victims first, and that means that we are advocating for the death penalty for heinous murders and heinous crimes that have been subjected to women. We are saying haka matorokisi to people who are refusing to coexist with us in this South Africa. We are people that are law-abiding in South Africa, and asizunyanzelwa ubasiphile nezikrelemnqa who refuse to actually see us as people in South Africa. There must be special courts that are put in place to ensure that we deal with the gender-based violence once and for all. And when we come to the issue of porous borders, it is unbecoming and unjust that a person such as Ubushiri can come in and out with 5 passports into our country, undetected, undocumented. What is that saying about the human trafficking syndicates that are being run in this country? How sure are we that uAmahle Tabete and all of the children that have been missing for well over 2 years are still within the borders of this country? We need proper, sound, and accurate control over all of the borders in South Africa to make sure, Indobana, we account for each and every person that comes into this country. And if you come with a visitor's visa, you need 2 minutes remaining, you need to leave so that siyazi intobana wonke umuntu right. I am glad to see uba uSiyabulela Gentile, President, were not in my name South Africa, not in my name International, sitting over there. A man who has devoted his life and his organization to the fighting of a patriarchal system that ensures uba icindezela abantu. And we are working together with this man, and I urge all political parties to to take a stand today and engage in, not in my name South Africa, in fighting any and everything that is patriarchal. As I conclude,
Yes, you
Honorable Chair,
conclude. Yes.
the youth of 1976 did not die, nor did they multiply. They gave birth to us, and we are your worst nightmare. Ulebu Mashile Wati patriarchy has no allegiance to anyone in a body that is deemed feminine or weak in any way. And I promise you, as we live and breathe, we'll bring down the patriarchy, imisojoni, and ibigotry up in South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Makubo. The next speaker will be Mr. Shabane of the Good Party. I suspect he's on the virtual platform.
I am Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this discussion about one of the greatest threats of our collective humanity, which is our men. It is a subject that causes me and the overwhelming majority of good South Africans a terrible and anguish and pain. I know that some of you might think this old-fashioned or believe that our cultures and traditions contribute to today's problems between the sexes, but it is simply stating the truth to say that many of us grew up being taught that men were the head of the family, while mothers held the sharp side of the knife. My understanding of these roles with respect to men was that it was their primary responsibility to nurture and maneuver the family to a position in which all family members are safe and happy. In other words, to provide structures for families to thrive. But something has gone terribly wrong. Somewhere along the road, we lost the human thread that held our families and communities together. Very few today feel particularly safe or happy. We sit here today wondering where men's moral standing has gone. Where is the morality that glued our families and society together? In the old order of things, men were not only fathers to their own biological children, but to all the children they come across. My own father passed away when I was 7 years old, in a car accident. But although I will miss him forever, I did not feel the void growing up in a community of men who cared and understood they had the role to play in my life. As men, we have failed to keep these values alive. We have failed our children and grandchildren. We have failed our parents and grandparents and the upstanding men in our communities, besides all women and girls. By casting away these wisdom taught to us to care not only for ourselves but also for others in the community, violence spills right into our homes, into our schools, work, public places, and streets. We respond by expressing anger and rage. We have forgotten how to be compassionate, how to place ourselves in the shoes of others, how to love each other, how to be magnanimous. The COVID pandemic has caused many to debate the balance between lives and livelihoods. Our economy was already in a general ward before the pandemic. Now it's sitting in an ICU. And you know what? Next to it, next to the economy, lying in ICU, our manhood. What the patients have in common is that they both respond well to behavioral change. If we mask up and practice social distancing, we leave COVID no place to multiply. Similarly, if we raise boys and young men to respect girls and women, we close the space to disrespect and violence. History will judge us for how we respond to these crises. If we throw our arms in the air, instead of acting, we'll be in a serious trouble. We will leave this country in a to a dysfunctional society into the coming generation. To fix South Africa, we need to act fast without delay. South Africa needs good women to succeed. Takuane Rime, wena munne, wena mutanga wa South Africa. Let us all unite men and let us challenge patriarchy. Let us challenge all these men that do wrong in front of our eyes, and let us not be quiet when things are not happening the way they should be happening. Let us all stand up and fight against gender-based violence. Let us all fight against the wrongs that all men do in front of our eyes. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shabane. National Freedom Party, Mr. Kanoni. I'm sure he's also on the virtual platform. Oh, is he here? Mr. Kanoni. Mr. Kanoni. Thank you.
Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, honourable members of the Parliament, esteemed guests, I greet you all in a peace and love. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, goeiemiddag, mulweni to everybody. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I would like to express gratitude to our esteemed parliamentary leadership for allowing us to have an opportunity to engage with each other on this platform through the theme, institutionalizing responsive men's movement. Honorable Speaker, allow me to begin with a quote by the late President Nelson Mandela, who once said, "We shall always face the option of whether to wallow in the mire of pretenses, or to deal with the real issues that face the nation." When President Nelson Mandela uttered these words, it was as if he envisaged as South Africa were politicians and leaders of government would bask and wallow the pretenses instead of fighting for redresses and resolutions of progressive South Africa. Now, what are the real issues that President Mandela might have foreseen will be the real issues that will face our nation today? The Chinese used to brush strokes to write the words crisis. One brush stroke stands for danger, the other for opportunities. Basically, in any crisis, one must be aware of the danger, but recognize the opportunity at the same time. This could not be further from the truth as we observe the danger, pain, and grave sorrow that the COVID-19 and, needless to say, corruption has bestowed upon our nation. However, it allows us to identify means and measures in which we can begin to rectify our challenges as a country. Honourable Speaker, we read about the social ills crippling our country daily: the corrupt officials, gender-based violence and femicides, child abuse, the scores of killing and murders on our communities, farmers and farm workers killing, and the list goes on and on. In response to this social and economic shortcoming, our government has not come up with an objective of what it is seek to achieve to steer the country out of the turmoil that we are in. There are many plans, strategies, and policies established by various departments, but they are very minimal implementation and monitoring efforts. Does the government even have the resources to rectify these challenges? The answer is a resounding no. Because South Africa is saddled with debt that looks increasingly odious and unsustainable. The budget deficit for the 2020-21 financial year, it seems to be exceeding 760 billion rand, or 15.7% of gross domestic product, GDP. Furthermore, the Minister of Finance told the nation that our early projections is that gross national debt will be close to 4 trillion rand, or 81.8% of GDP by the end of this fiscal year. Honorable Speaker, could this be some of the real issues that President Mandela was referring to? It all comes down to the numbers. The numbers clearly show us that we are in a dire situation as a country. Needless to say that government has not yet given us a proper and implementable plan to how it will get the country out of this turmoil. It makes it extremely difficult to discuss solutions on how we can enhance social cohesion when the country is in such a dire financial state. The question is, how do we establish a responsible man's movement at the higher of soaring unemployment, poverty, inequality, the source of gender-based violence and femicide, poor state of schools, corruption, racism, crime, and corrupt South African police service?
As you conclude, Honourable Member.
Time is too short, but it's okay. I will include our politicians, our politicians come to the parliament for political gain, most of which sound like they are ignorant of the reality many South Africans have to endure. We must go back to the basics. We must go back to drawing board. It starts on the household of community level. The future of our young people has never been bleak in the history of this country. But if we are going to come up with the real solutions, real change, and progressive South Africa, we must shift the focus of the constitutional level. Let us teach ourselves to not only have the engagement, discussions, and grandstanding, but to channel more effort into actions. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Honourable Gallo of the AIC. AIC, are you on the platform or are you in the house? Honourable Gallo. AIC. AIC absent. The next, according to the program, will be Honourable Likota of Cope. Honourable Likota. We will continue and we will then now go to Honourable Branchais of Al Jamaa.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And thank you all honorable members. On behalf of the President of the Al Jamaa political party, Honorable Hanif Hendrik, I would like to greet everybody with the universal greeting of Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I begin in the name of God, the Almighty. The Almighty subhanahu wa ta'ala instructs mankind in the Holy Quran that relationships between spouses should be based on tranquility, unconditional love, tenderness, protection, encouragement, peace, kindness, comfort, justice, and mercy. All these are clear indications that abusive behavior towards women and all forms of abuse are not tolerated in Islam. Islam recognizes the great role that women play in the upbringing of children, and that the future of mankind and of societies depends on mothers. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, the condition of a society depends on the consciousness of its women. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam held women in very high regard. When a man came to ask him who is worthy of his kind treatment, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam replied, your mother. And the man asked again, a second time, who thereafter? The reply was, your mother. And at the man's third question, the reply was again, your mother. The prophetic saying is, heaven lies under the feet of the mother. But are we as men giving the protection, unconditional love, comfort and justice to our women, to encourage them to make meaningful contributions to society? The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has demonstrated in many ways that the burden of modesty, respect, and combating abuse of women rests on men. Men must take the lead in stopping sexual abuse of women. Islam allows for an abused wife to claim compensation from her husband. If we do not challenge bad behavior, we are only adding to the social problems existing in our societies. The recent exposure of allegations of sexual abuse made against men appointed in positions of trust to serve the community is of great concern to the Al-Jama'ah. Even more concerning are reports alleging that Muslim religious bodies who receive complaints of sexual abuse have refused to assist the victims and swept such reports under the carpet. Religious bodies and individuals who ignore the plight of sexual abuse victims are being complicit to such terrible crimes. Islam has placed the responsibility of the maintenance of women and children on the man. If Muslim men fail to nafaqah is an obligatory financial support to the wife for her daily basic necessities. She is entitled to lodge a complaint against him or take the matter further. Islam has also afforded women their rights to own property, manage their own businesses, participate in public discourse, and to vote, to refuse unwanted marriage proposals, to get an education, a divorce, etc. Muslim women also have the right to not use her money she earns for her basic necessities, housing, food, clothing, and other responsibilities is that of her father, brother, or other male relatives. In marriage, the husband's money is their money, and her money is her own money. In Islam, Muslim women have more rights than men, and we urge the South African community to adopt and practice the God-given rights to women as explained in the Holy Quran, which is a message to all mankind. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next will be for the ANC, Honorable Mpo Makubu.
Aisha.
Oh, Aisha, that's the script. Why?
Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Sylvia, Deputy Speaker of NA, Honorable Lichisa, Deputy Minister Bohupane Zulu, Distinguished Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Pemi Machotina, distinguished delegates, comrades and friends, I greet you. Honorable Chairperson, please allow me to participate and humbly acknowledge this privilege that the African National Congress caucus in Parliament has given me to participate in Men's Parliament. The ANC was established in 1912 and it is the oldest liberation movement of the entire African continent. The ANC is the People Liberation Movement. It is therefore befitting that the ANC be not found wanting in matters of national discourse, as it is the people's true representative. It is within the nature and tradition of the ANC to work with progressive forces of change, and to this we remain forever committed. Women from all walks of life, and particular women in politics, play a significant role in striking a deadly blow to the monster of colonialism and apartheid. These women, their names are engraved in gold and will forever be remembered by many more generations to come as the Izimbogoto Zesizwe, Rock of a Nation, Watinta Abafazi, Watinta Mbogoto. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, South Africa, under the leadership of ANC, has signed key international regional instruments such as Beijing Platform for Action, the Millennium Declaration, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa, and SADC Protocol on Gender and Development legislation. Legislation in place include the employment equity, the promotion of equality and prevention of unfair discrimination, the Domestic Violence Act, Sexual Offense Act, and Related Matters Amendment Act, the Protection from Harassment Act, and the Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the ANC in its Ready to Govern document asserted its support of the principle of equal rights for women and men in all spheres, and creation of special agencies that equally opportunities operate in practice. As I stand here before this Parliament, I would like to say that we as men of South Africa, fathers, brothers, and uncles, we need to face the challenges that our women in South Africa are faced with honesty and courage. We need to acknowledge their plight and hear their cries. We need to induct ourselves and say we are guilty as men of this crime, and with the greater determination, place ourselves at the service of eradicating them and the scourge of violence. Our horrible legacy of colonialism and apartheid has created dysfunctional societies riddled with violence, crime, and disrespect for human rights. We can today confidently say that colonialism and apartheid are no more. We are only left with the remnants of a dead past. There are different forms of type of violence, and gender-based violence is one form of violence. Violence can be in a form of physical violence, neglect, child marriage, female genital mutilation, honor killings, trafficking for sex or slavery, intimate partner or domestic violence, psychologically, sexually, and emotionally violence. Honorable Chairperson, on the 18th of September 2019, the National Assembly held a national debate on gender-based violence and femicide. And we must, as men, contribute in holding government accountable to the commitment made. We recognize and appreciate all efforts undertaken by Parliament in establishing legislative and regulatory framework, including the Domestic Violence Act, South African Victims Charter, Gender-Based Violence Command Center, with the following emergency line: 0800 428 428. All these initiatives are meaningless without men supporting the dedicated support of all men in the country. We must not, as men, act against all initiatives aimed at the eradication of gender-based violence. The role of men. In dealing with question and scourge of gender-based violence, it is important to understand the impact that patriarchy had on production and distribution of resources in our society. The development of society based on principles of males. The development of society based on principles of males, domination or patriarchy and supremacy must end with our generation. We need to stand up together as men and represent the emancipation of women, and this will mean breaking down all forms of oppression against women, including race and class oppression. We need to build a strong social compact around the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. We, as men, must be at the forefront in assisting our law enforcement agencies in the fight against this scourge. The ANC-led government has initiated progressive programs aimed at the fight against gender-based violence, and these programs must be supported by us, men of this country, and in all various political and civic organizations. We need to take a lead in ensuring that all programs that seek to fight GBV and femicide becomes a great success. We as men today, we cannot be inactive against the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. We cannot be indifferent to the plight of women in our country. We cannot be silent when our voices, justice, matter most. We therefore cannot be let this evil gender-based violence to trump. I hope the resolution we are going to take in this parliament at the end will go a long way in uprooting this patriarchal system. The time is now for men to stand up and be counted in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Makubo. The next speaker will be on the virtual platform, Honorable Kola Ngola. I indicated as such.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of very nice haircut there by the chamber. The ministers who are in attendance, the members of parliament, and all delegates to the men's parliament. Of course, Deputy Chair, greetings to the chief whip of the majority party, who is a committed and a dedicated soldier that supports the sectoral work of parliament. Honorable Deputy Chair, yesterday, the 19th day of November, we're celebrating the International Men's Day. It shall not be known that men do suffer abuse and harm, but they suffer in silence under the pressure that men don't cry and men are strong. They suffer in silence for they want to protect the dignity of men. Some suffer abuse from their homes without reporting them because they fear being made a laughing stock. Those who have courage enough to go report to local authorities get turned away and told to fight their battle. Natural factors discourage a lot of men from reporting any sort of abuse. This behavior by our communities has led a lot of men to depression. We call upon all men to unite the agents of change. Honorable Deputy Chair, Section 9 of the Republic of South Africa Constitution accords equal status across all citizens. It is now time to reflect and delve deeper on this clause. Are we indeed equal in the real social life patterns of our communities? The answer is no. We can never be equal until men of this world stand up and declare war against the patriarchal system. We should never enjoy and celebrate the advantage of men.
If you have a problem, you can switch off the video. Honorable Ngola, if you have a problem, you can switch off the video and then we can just use the audio.
Can you hear me, Honorable Chair?
Yes, it sounds better.
Section 9 of the Republic of South Africa Constitution accords equal status across all citizens. It is now time to reflect and delve deeper on this clause. Are we indeed equal in real social life patterns of our communities? The answer is no. We can never be equal until men of this world stand up and declare war against the patriarchal system. We should not enjoy and celebrate the advantage we have against women solely on the basis that we are men. The ANC-led South African government did put equality and equity clause in an attempt to dismantle the patriarchal system. But moreover than this, we need to stand up as men and commit to a fight of ravaging patriarchy and its remnants. The Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services is in process of enacting gender-based violence bills, which is the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill, Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Bill, and the Criminal Law Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Bill. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development is across the country opening sexual offences courts. It is unfortunate that in this scout, women are accused, number one. It is us men who perpetrate these demonic and heinous crimes against women in our homes and communities. It is not only these legal instruments that will help win the war against GBV. The most potent weapon is us men changing our mindset to declare war against GBV and femicide. We need to stand up as men and be counted for a better change. We call upon all men, young and old, to stand up and be counted and say, no, not in my name. We leave this parliamentary chamber declared war against GBV and femicide, against alcohol and drug use. Why agents of change? Why agents of a national democratic society? A society free of any abuse, a society free of any discrimination in any form, on the basis of race or on the basis of gender. And we declare war against energies and strength to address the triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Anything down with GBV down. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Ngola. We will now have two young people that will speak. Both of them, between them, are sharing 15 minutes. So we will first call Lonwabo Kade to speak, and the second one will be Alisho Marcus. I think you must already come and also sit closer. Thank you. There you are. The chief whip will whip you. Just there.
Greetings to all honorable members, the President in his absentia, the Deputy President, Honorable Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, all ministers present and Deputy Ministers, all respected political parties, stakeholders, faith organization, the Chief Whip of Parliament, Umamu DJ Pemza, all protocol observed. Honorable Deputy Speaker, my name is Lonabo Ngaligate. I am the former ambassador of the Children's Parliament, a devoted child and passionate child's rights advocate. It's important to say that I am 15 years old because I know that this deep voice still tends to confuse how he's still a child parliamentarian. We as the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament are honored to be recognized on this big platform and take pride and prestige in this given moment to voice out our concerns and issues representing children. Sekela hlalo kubalekile ukuba sibeke cha ukuba asizangodlala unophuqa apha sithunyiwe ngabantwana bomzantsi Afrika ukuba sizobamela kweli qonga libaleke kangaka. Finally, children are part of important decision making. In 2018, children developed our own manifesto that outlines what we want as children of South Africa. We handed our manifesto to the Honorable Minister Mamulindi Zulu last year and when we were celebrating the Child Protection Week. And she honored the humble request to extend the manifesto to our Honorable President. We need our manifesto to be observed and implemented by each and every political organization. I must make it clear, therefore, that child participation is not a friendly and humble request anymore. Guidelines and documents like the Children's Manifesto want to popularize the matters that are pertaining to us as children. We as children want to be involved and have a say in key decisions that are affecting us. We would like every delegate present to get a copy of the manifesto from the Office of DSD nationally, especially all the political parties here. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Chair, I must say it is made clear that we are not happy with the fact that most, and when I say most, almost all of the political organizations that have found their way to this program were not in attendance when the Children's Manifesto was launched. This is a problem because it seeks to indicate a problem. This is a problem because it seeks to indicate that children's voices are not being taken seriously. Maybe it's because, Honorable Deputy Speaker, children are non-voters in election. So that is why children are not invited to consult with them when political parties are having this discussion. Maybe Deputy Speaker must put an emphasis on the fact that child participation is not a humble request anymore because children's rights to participate is affirmed and protected by a lot of laws and regulations. One of them being the United Convention on the Right of the Child, which to be precise is Article 12 of the United Convention on the Right of the Child is clear about child participation, which South Africa is signatory to. The African Charter on the Right of the Child and the Welfare of the Child, the Children's Act, and the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is clear, need I say more. So it is clear that child participation is not a request anymore, it is a legal obligation. Moving swiftly, Sekela Hlalo, siyakumba odla umzi kokuthiwa kukuthwala. It is commonly known that some parts of our country, children's rights are strongly violated, both boy and girl child. The girl child is forced into arranged marriages, and the boy children are forced into initiation schools. We need everyone to prevent this, to take and raise awareness in these matters. They are mostly prevalent in the Eastern Cape, the KZN. We need to collaborate with efforts from stakeholders and relevant departments to combat this harmful practice. How we raise, and I would like to raise this question, Honorable Deputy Speaker, how we raise a girl child will have an impact on her when she is older. The fact that most children of men that are sitting here, and respectfully so, are taught, the girl child in particular, is taught to be submissive from a young age, that the girl child is a midwife or a temporary wife of the boy child, because they must take care, they must cook for their brothers, they must do everything that is not expected of a boy child. And that means, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we still have a long way to combat this illness of gender-based violence. I'm posing this rhetorical question to the House. How many of you here seated have taken the time given by COVID-19 to talk to your children how they feel about this national crisis, GBV, and how many of you have taken the time to especially speak to the boy child that negative masculinity is totally unacceptable? COVID-19 haven't taken the safe space of children, which is school, because now they were forced to watch this abuse in their homes. They were forced to watch their parents buy alcohol and cigarettes on inflated prices with their SASSA cards, knowing very well that the school nutrition program was off in those areas, in those months. Many of these children were raped, molested by people that they call their parents. We need to shine a light on this, because children continue to suffer on the hands of their parents. Be an emotionally involved parent. Children are not just physical beings. Parenting does not end with paying school fees, providing shelter, and providing food. It goes beyond. You need to be a friend with your child so that they can come to you and they can try and say these are issues that they face, so that they know that they have a safe space.
Remember, you have got your friend must still speak.
Yes, lastly.
So
In
conclude.
conclusion, yes.
Thank you.
In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, seeing that here in its entirety, the men's sector is here and its leadership, I want to pose this last question, that if the men's sector is serious about addressing issues of gender-based violence, I'm expecting after this sitting a call from them that seeks to say a boys' desk will open within the organization. Nothing without us, for us. I would like lastly to thank the Deputy Minister of National Social Development, Umamu Zulu, because it is because of leadership like her that she thought of us to be here. It is boys to men, it is protective, it is conducive to speak to boys, because boys at the later stage become men. Let us fight this thing and make sure we combat this thing. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Lonwabo. We will now call on Alessio Marcus. And we just would want, after him, we would want an indication from the South African Youth Council rep, if he's there, because we will also give 5 minutes to him to make an input. Alessio Marcus, representing Children's Parliament.
Good afternoon, honorable members. President Ramaphosa in his absentia, the Deputy President, Mr. Didi Mabuza, the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Ms. Sylvia Lucas, and all ministers and deputy ministers. I am Alessio Marcus, and I attend Beacon Hill High School in Mitchells Plain. I am the Deputy Speaker of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament. Thank you very much, Comrade Gade, for your powerful speech. Today we are here as men to address the burning issues within our country. But before I address these issues, I would like to speak about the NPAC, the National Plan of Action for Children. The NPAC provides a complete framework for the incorporation of all policies and plans developed by government departments and civil society to advance the well-being of children. We are happy to announce that the NPAC has been approved by Cabinet and will be launched in the next National Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament set to take place in this very chamber. We would like to acknowledge all efforts made to institutionalize our Parliament in the Parliament's calendar. I will now be addressing the issue of gender-based violence, femicide, and child murders. We have witnessed so many children die as a result of gender-based violence, and what is so sad to see is that on a daily basis, children are dying at the hands of their family members, gangsters, and even law enforcement officers. But we as South Africans need to come to the realization that the only way we will be able to combat gender-based violence is if we fix the three systems that are needed in order to fight gender-based violence. The three systems are: number one, our policing system; number two, our health system; and number three, our justice system. Let's start off with our policing system. We are all aware, as citizens, we are all aware that the police station is the first place a child and citizen seeks refuge after they have been abused. But on the flip side of the coin, our police force is not fully equipped or trained to deal with gender-based violence. Our police stations are also not child-friendly, hence the fact that many children do not feel safe or welcomed when entering a police station. We as the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament believe that at least 3 to 5 social workers need to be stationed in every single police station to deal with gender-based violence victims. And these social workers also need to know sign language because we cannot under any circumstances marginalize persons with disabilities. Moving along to our health system. We as South Africans are aware that rape kits are going missing within our country. How can we allow one of the most important things in order to crack a case to go missing? Secondly, we have a shortage of forensic nurses within our country. Forensic nurses are critical in the fight against gender-based violence purely because they provide specialized care for victims of rape, collect evidence, and testify in court to arrest these perpetrators. The President set out the target that at least 1 forensic nurse needs to be allocated to each designated health facility by March 2020. We as the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament would like to receive an update on this, please. Then finally, our justice system. We need a more friendly justice system within South Africa. All role players need to ensure that child-friendly processes are followed and that children are treated with dignity during their interaction with law enforcement institutions, including police. With that said, I would like to address the men of South Africa. We as men need to come to the realization that we can absolutely put mechanisms in place, but the change starts with us. Men need to understand that before a woman is a woman is a human. Before a child is a child is a human being. So we need to desexualize women and children. So the change starts with us changing our mindset. With all these issues mentioned, I come here to also ask why the President and his constituents has forgotten about us as the children. The President remembered women, youth, and persons with disabilities and prioritized them in the highest office in the land, but overlooked children. Are we as children not important enough? I ask members of this House today, why are we not prioritized? I am of the state that children belong in the same category as women, youth, and persons with disabilities because we are one of the most vulnerable groups, yet we are the last to be thought of. I call on the Honourable President to please remember us. The Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament has sent me to emphasize the level of urgency on the rights of the Children's Office to be moved back to the office of the Presidency because we are the future and belong in the highest office of the land. Like back in the day when Tata Madiba was the President. We as the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament will also be having our own parliamentary seating. And we publicly request the presence of President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President, Mr. David Mabuza, the Chief Justice, Mr. Mkhweng, including all ministers, deputy ministers, and portfolio committee chairs. I will now be ending off in saying, and I'll be leaving you all with my favorite quote. Believe when others doubt. Work when others refuse. Save when others waste. Stay when others go, and you will win when others lose.
Wow.
I would like to just, in ending, I would like to just say to the matrics, we wish you all the very best for your papers, your upcoming papers. And in ending, I would like to end off with saying that we as the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament are here as the children, for the children, to make the children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Bizo Bomela of the South African Youth Council, apparently on the virtual platform. If you are still going to speak, we will now grant you 5 minutes. if Mr. Bomela is not there, we will ask everyone to take your seats now, because we are going to listen to the champion of all the different programs. I could hear that she's actually encouraging the children to disrespect the parents.
Deputy Chairperson.
Okay, Mr. Bomela, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no, we are prepared for you, but unfortunately, we cannot wait too long. But now you can continue. Deputy Minister, allow us to give the Youth Council. Over to you, Mr. Bomela. 5 minutes, timing.
Deputy Chairperson, members of Parliament, Queencoast, Nekosazana Zenjukanto, respective delegates from various sectors, and everyone watching at home, Kamakwin. I've been given a task to offer an input on the role of youth formations in institutionalizing a response to gender-based violence. The GBV and femicide scourge in our society is a true reflection of spiritual imbalances and starvation of a society that is in need of spiritual cleansing and restoration during the age of democracy and decolonization. The South African Youth Council is concerned about the degree of high violence on women and children in our society and the potential spiritual, physical, psychological harm it has, which varies from unwanted pregnancy, acquisition of sexually transmitted infections like HIV/AIDS, and a loss of drive to continue their daily lives, and promiscuity in young men, which is not stopped. When medical studies on COVID-19 by institutes such as Harvard have discovered that the coronavirus can be found on body fluids like semen and in feces, with no conclusive evidence on whether the virus can be sexually transmitted or not, we are again worried about the lives and the health of women and children who are victims and survivors of sexual abuse during the COVID-19 pandemic. We're also concerned about the consumption of hardcore pornographic content by kids and teenagers because of lack of monitoring by parents who do not know that they can call the internet service provider to limit children from accessing pornographic material on their cell phones. The country has not won the battle against the human immunovirus, and we are deep in thought wondering how women and children will be protected from being infected with coronavirus and HIV as a result of sexual violation in a society where there's poor police visibility, availability and support, and the delay in justice processes which when it matters the most. Sadly, there has not been youth programs aimed at institutionalizing a response to gender-based violence since the advent of democracy. Gender activism by the youth and the active participation against gender-based violence, however, has been witnessed on several occasions, and amongst few was the Fees Must Fall movement era. And however, there's lack of conceptualization of policy documents aimed at responding on gender-based violence and addressing gender relations, challenging masculinity, and crafting educational programs has been the downfall of these youth formations in villages, townships, schools, and student formations in the post-schooling sector, like the political organizations and academic societies. Another challenge is the absence of youth directorate within civic organizations with programs aimed at eliminating the scourge. However, the Indlovukazi Women Empowerment Society at the University of Port have crafted a policy on harassment, sexual harassment and gender-based violence on September 2019, which is due to due for revision in September 2022. For decades, academic scholars have used theoretical frameworks informed by Western lenses and methods of dealing and understanding GBV and femicide. What happens in the mind of a rapist, a woman serial killer, and pedophiles is viewed using Eurocentric lenses and tools. It then fails to unlock and decipher what happens in the mind of a rapist, and the rise in the degree of violence, while the rise in the degree of violence continues to escalate. Western theoretical frameworks cannot wholly address the challenges where the lives of the people are informed and dictated by cultural and traditional spiritual protocols, guided by ancestral spirits. In Africa and in this country, we know that some of the ancestral spirits that govern how we live and conduct our lives are evil and empower their descendants with evil powers. Women whose genitals are cut off before they are murdered or after being murdered are used for creation of muti, that is used illicitly by traditional healers. Some of these medicines are used for purposes of creating evamna, ikorobela is treat and utopa. And this is not to be viewed as the revival of the Witchcraft Suppression Act of 1957 as amended in 1970, but as a method of reviving the moral code of society, because a society with no moral fiber consumes its offsprings like a starving swine. It is therefore against this background that we call for a need to develop a national gender framework. We call for spiritual cleansing and the restoration of a nation whose feminine ancestors were raped and murdered by colonial masters, raped and murdered by their fellow brothers during tribal wars and in exile. These are narratives that are seldom disseminated and deciphered using Afrocentric tools and analysis in order to diagnose the root cause of our challenge when Western theories cannot figure out reasons why women who have been raped are more likely to be raped 3 times and more. This happens because we looked at our challenges using Eurocentric lenses of what it means to know. Thus, there's a need for a government to revisit the curricula to ensure that spiritual knowledge that our ancestors were stripped of by colonizers, the indigenous knowledge systems that recognizes women as equals in society, are part of the curriculum. My master's thesis in gender studies, which explores spirituality as an emancipatory tool for women and many other research projects, which the national and the local government do not use as points of references when crafting gender policies, needs to be looked at in university libraries as point of references. I'd like to close this presentation with a question that a poet by the name of Kanyisile Ngalo once asked, and I quote, "What is a degree if I was ukunceda abantu and speak to the needs of Kwantu?" Quotation closed. Bekungake kungathetha ubumnyama kuvela ukhanya usuka mashwa kuvela amathamsanqa.
Kamako. Thank you very much, Mr. Pomela. We will now allow the Deputy Minister for what we call a keynote address. We haven't given her a key, but we are really asking an address from her.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Let me acknowledge the presence of the Chief Whip of the majority party, Mayor Majodina, and let me acknowledge the ministers and the deputy ministers, honorable members, the Men's Parliament delegates, distinguished guests. I'm not going to say fellow South Africans because every time the president takes the podium, the first thing is like, hey, do I still have a job? So, the children, the women, the older persons, and to say, we firstly would like to thank the Deputy Chairperson and the Deputy Speaker, for they are the core champions of the sectoral parliaments. As social development, we are the hosts of the Older Persons Parliament, where we allow 60 plus to actually engage in issues and be able to discuss that which affects them. We also the host of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, to ensure that our children are able, as they said, according to the United Nations, participate in decisions that affect them. And we also the host of the Men Championing Change program, Takuane Riime, institutionalizing a men's movement, which gave birth to the Men's Parliament. And we'd like to thank the men's sector for taking themselves seriously. Yesterday I had a complaint, Deputy Chair, because, and I thought I sent Mfundisi to pass my complaint, but let me pass it myself, so that at the next parliament, the men of South Africa must hear me. It's not me, even the women in parliament said I must complain. And they said I must complain because when they go out, they take themselves seriously. They put on makeup, pull on their stockings, high heels, suits, you know, and put themselves together so that they can actually be heard. But the men comes to parliament to talk about them, and all they put is their jeans and their tekkies and their sandals and their slippers and their t-shirts. So the women are like, honestly, guys, make the effort to show that you are discussing serious issues. So I thought I must pass on because I'm part of them. Wow. I'm also complaining about the dress code of a men's parliament. And the reason I'm complaining is also that there is a decorum of the house, that we are subjected to be. So the next time you choose your very expensive jean, I'll be the whip myself, you'll sit in the gallery. Be warned. You have 2 years to make a plan. Having said that, now that I've complained, let me get to the real issue.
After the complaint, what is the dress code then now?
The dress code is the way Uma Ushela Intombi you want to look like. Make the effort, dress up, look smart. No jeans, no t-shirts, no techies. I love a man with a tie, so please make an effort. Many years ago, when we started with the men's program, not in my name as Dr. Khanaka has said, I remember the evening when we had the men's awards and Tate Kumalo giving me a certificate to calling me the champion. Little did I know I will have to be standing here and still have to drive the issues of men. I think I shouldn't have accepted that certificate, Reverend Kumalo. Maybe I wouldn't be standing here. Let me pass the apology of the Deputy President, Ntate Mabuza, who is the champion of the patron of the men's agenda in South Africa and the leader of the Men Championing Change program. A lot has been said, which we agree with, but let me pass just a few messages from South African women. Guys, the ladies have had enough. So if you don't want to sleep permanently on the couch, or maybe outside, make a plan. Stop abusing us. Stop raping us. Stop beating us up. We belong in this country, we belong in these streets. We can't even go shopping peacefully in the malls, because somehow the toilet is in a long passage, the men's ones come first, the ladies' ones is always at the back. And you always have to rent a crowd to just use the bathroom. So guys, please, can we stop the monstering now? We are okay. Be the man, be responsible, be the African man that we all knew. Ladies, let's raise our boys, because half the time the men sitting here are absent. We are the ones raising them all by ourselves. So we need to then revisit to say, what is it that we are doing wrong? Because they're never there. If they send the money through the ATM or were forced to pay maintenance, you are on your own. So women, we also need to take a moment and say, what is it that we are not doing right when our boys become macho mobile men with money? My worst nightmare. We host the Boys Championing Change program, precisely understanding as social development that social behavioral change starts whilst you are young. The boys' assemblies, it's linked to the Men Championing Change program, as they said, from boys to men. We've had our 8 boys' assemblies, and we have met and had district men's boys' assemblies. I can never forget the one boy's voice when we were in Mpumalanga, in Bushbuck Ridge. And he said to me, Deputy Minister, I don't know what to say to these men. I don't even know how to feel about them. But one thing I know is that every day I asked my mother who my father was. He said, don't ask me about that rubbish. He can't even send you 12,5. But the day he died, I was dragged, dressed up, wore new clothes, and dragged before a coffin and be shown, here lies your father, the man I never met when he was alive. And to this day, until that day, nobody asked me how I feel. So tell me, Deputy Minister, how must I feel? I can never forget the 10-year-old Enyandeni in the Eastern Cape who said to me in the Boys' Assembly, Deputy Minister, why are we forced to uluka sisase abantwana, because they are turning children into men when we are not even ready? We just want to play. Can they allow us to play? And that are some of the issues we deal with when we deal with the boys. But the last one, when we were in Gauteng, the one boy said, all I ever dream of is to see my child. I know I'm a teenage father, but every time you speak and all your programs, Deputy Minister, it's about teenage pregnancy. Yes, we know the girls carry the pregnancy, but we are also teenage fathers. Can I just see my child, even if it's just to walk him through the park? And it is for these reasons that we are here today. We've listened to the men, and I think the men's parliament has been spoken to by different speakers, but we are here to continue the journey. And what are the programs, Deputy Chairperson, that social development that supports the men's program, Men's Championing Change, because I'm being asked where to from here. The first one is we do have the Rock Leadership Program that focuses on traditional leaders, their headmen, and everybody that is involved in that area. And for the first time in South Africa, in partnership with the National House of Traditional Leaders, led by Nkosi Mahlangu, we have been able to train traditional leaders for 5 days on social structural drivers, because we want them to begin to ask the right questions, run the traditional courts, understanding why certain things happen where they govern, and for us to come back and hold them accountable. For we as politicians come and go, but they as the traditional leadership, not the individual that holds the title, but the institution will never disappear. Therefore, we are Africans and are governed by Africans. In adding to the Rock Leadership, we've also introduced the Village to Village program that needs to address everything that stigmatizes an African, from the widows forced to wear black clothes, to the stigma, ukutwala, the list is endless. We've made sure that our headmen and our traditional leaders are properly trained to take the leadership that they are supposed to. We've also made sure, Deputy Chairperson, that we introduced the program called Chomi, which focuses on boys and girls between the ages of 10 to 14. This program intends to ensure that our children are able to recognize that which is not good, but also that which is right. We make sure that Pichomi, the children are saying, invest in my future, protect me today. And we know that when we protect them today and when we invest in their future, they will become better human beings, the South African, to inherit the South Africa we all want. We introduced the program called YOLO that focuses on 15 to 24-year-old girls and boys that actually they are saying, it's my life, it's my choice, I choose to behave responsibly. And we are just saying you only live once, so look after the one life that you have. We've introduced also the program of community, the program of Kimoja, no thank you, I'm fine without drugs. For we know that drugs remain the biggest problem. Alongside drugs is alcohol. And we know that, wow, like the children said, Tinage got social development, sivelelwe. A grant meant for the children ends up buying alcohol. But also the abuse of alcohol come with the long list of what has been said, which we are asking you guys as leaders sitting here. We also have early childhood development, and today, as we are to launch and dedicate the coming year to the tribal councils and the local and district, and intensifying the district men's parliaments, I want to call on South African men, pay attention to early childhood development. It is women at the moment that dominates the space, yes, because they are mothers. But we need more men in this space. We need men to be able to understand that that which the child is taught at creche, kindergarten, ECD, whatever you want to call it, is what will determine their future. And I like because one delegate spoke about the 4-year-old boy, and you ask yourself, is that the South Africa we want, or is that the South Africa we aspire to? We run these programs as government not to waste time, money, but we run them to actually remind all of us that Parliament is chosen because it is the only single institution that South Africans are able to be represented. We run these programs because we want a South Africa that is free, for we lead as South Africa. In children born with alcohol-fetal syndrome, we say partners, support your partners. Women will drink less when you pay attention to the pregnancy and be pregnant also. We lead in the HIV prevalence, including new infections. We want to get to 0 new infections by 2030. We cannot get there while you, as men, cannot keep your zips closed. Leave my girls alone. Leave them alone. They are not yours to abuse. They are not yours to have sex with. They are not yours to try how best to be a man or affirm your bruised male egos. This I need to say in this parliament with all the leaders from all the sectors. This time around, you who abused my girls will make the front page of newspapers every week. Consider yourselves warned. Statutory rape is real, gents. We have allowed a lot to go and a lot of men to go scot-free. Not anymore. We're evoking the statutory rape, and as it's already been said, all the legislations that are before Parliament are enabling us to ensure that the systems the children we're talking about are ready and able to prosecute all of us for wrongdoing. Gender-based violence cannot be a label as South Africans that we want to carry. It can also not be a label that we are okay to talk about the statistics, the names. No. You, as men, must take responsibility. You are the ones that must get us to 0 new gender-based violence and femicide. We have screamed, shouted, cried, marched, jumped, and we believe that it is you that needs to lead now. And what I like, sitting in all the men's parliaments, sitting in the district men's parliaments, men are beginning to say, we are taking responsibility. Please do take responsibility. Please do take your power back, for African men never abused women. We also understand we took for granted when we gained our democracy. The democracy that we got back, we underpaid the mental health of this country. Yes, we got the political power, but do we have the ability to manage this democracy? I don't think so. I think we're mismanaging the democracy that people fought for, died for, gave their lives for. And we are mismanaging it because we need to be able, as South Africa, to remember we got our freedom not through the barrel of a gun, through dialogue. And that is why we're calling you back to Khotla, Enkundleni, to the parliament, to wherever you have your conversations, to have useful conversations. We want men to change what they talk about when they are together. It should not be okay for a man in your presence to say, "Mina, I have 5 girlfriends," or "No, I am good to cheat on my wife." Make the space so small so that such men have nowhere to hide. Change the conversations where you are. We're also asking to strengthen the African family. The saying that said, it takes a village to raise a child. Let's rebuild the village, find the village, because in the village, no girl child was raped by their own father. No child had no father. For the biological DNA of you did not just make you a father. You had to earn the fatherhood. So let's find our way. And we're relying on the National House of Traditional Leaders. As traditional leaders, find the African law to define the African man. I did not say the black man. I said the African man. Indian, black, white, purple, yellow, green, it does not matter. Whether you are in the township where there is no Ikhosi, you started in a village governed by Ikhosi. So Nkosi Mahlangu, we are putting this one right at your doorstep. It is important for the National House to invest time in bringing men and holding them accountable for practicing and mismanaging the manhood. We are also requesting that we can't keep quiet when we know that trafficking is a crime. I remember when we hosted the trafficking webinar, I can never, every time I think of that story, I wail. I don't even cry. It's beyond crying. When Bev gave her witness and said, I was trafficked by my own father in my own home. And a lot of girls say the same thing. My father could not pay his debts about alcohol and drugs and actually rendered me as a form of payment. When he could not pay, he had to pass me on because he was addicted to drugs. And the drug lord owned me at the age of 12. I had to work for my father's debts and for my father's cocaine habits. It took me 14 years in that hole while I was the price, the cash to pay my father's debts. Now you ask yourself, sometimes when we talk about trafficking, it's easy to talk about inter-country trafficking. Maybe it's about time we talk about trafficking in your own village, from the one house to next door, because Bev's father trafficked her next door. Let's also remember that religion is not the panacea. Not all of us that says, thank you, Jesus, amen, are actually the real men of God. The Bible is clear that they will be there when those times come, that will also call his name. So it's about time we look into the church. We can no longer keep quiet about the abuse, the humiliation practices that are said in the name of Jesus. For some of us, we are born and bred. And my father taught me how to pray and taught me that without Christ, I am nothing. But today, I can't even wake up to go to church because I need to think, am I going to be a spirit to be harvested? Is that man that calls himself the pastor, the preacher, going to read the verses of the Bible that suits him? I don't think it's right. And majority of the church is led by men. And I can tell you, abafundis having bahlukumeza amakhosikazi wenu. Yo, we can't leave the church alone anymore. And the church is not about the normal church. It's about everything that is religious. Our culture has always said we are queens, princesses. I don't understand how and when did it change? When did it stop that girls were their father's daughters? I stand here with proud because I am my father's daughter. And to the day that my father died, I was my father's daughter. I was my father's daughter not because he provided for me. I was my father's daughter because I was his pride. I was his everything. He lived to make us the queens, the princesses, and reassured us every day that we can be anything and everything we want to be. I can't wait for that day when South African men can affirm their daughters. Because an affirmed girl is a very proud, assertive girl. It's a girl that takes her position. It's a girl that will never allow herself to be somebody's trophy wife or somebody's practice toy. Yes, I remember my brothers were my father's kings and my father's princes. When are we going to affirm our boy child? when are we going to assure them, create a safe space that they don't need to use force? They need to accept rejection. They need to be able to respect themselves, respect those around them, but above all, respect the girls that would be their future wives. We had a jam session with the boys one evening. And I remember the one boy whose voice rings in my ears. The other one was 14. And I asked him a question, how many girls have you had sex with? With all the energy he could muster, he said, yo, banenze kakhulu bagcwala ibhasi andikwazi nokubabala. I stood there and I was like, what? And I asked the next one next to me and he said, well, I'm 17, I've not had sex. And I said, why? Because sex is so nice. He said, no, because my father taught me to respect my future wife. That boy, I said, what? He said, my father taught me never to have sex because I need to respect my future wife. As I implement these programs that are policy, I want to say to you, as you meet here on the last day, there will be 2 years for us to meet in this institution again. In that 2 years, we want to appreciate the organizations and celebrate the men who do good. We want to appreciate and celebrate the men who understand that they have value, they matter, and they are not going to allow any other of their peers to paint them with the same brush. We accept that, yes, indeed, there is a challenge on men's health, but we're calling on South African men to also take their own health seriously. That, affirmed statement that says men and the doctor don't belong in the same sentence needs to be done away with. Because if you look after your health, you are likely to live longer for yourself, for your family, but also see your own children. Let me, Chairperson, say, as we conclude and look forward to sending out men out of this parliament that are going to lead the compendium of care, the social development-led programs that I spoke about earlier, we would like you to not only be comfortable with the little that you do, but to be uncomfortable for what is it that you don't do. To be uncomfortable with what is it that you don't say. To be uncomfortable to allow the other fellow men to do that which taints the dignity. Not just dignity, the inherent dignity that men have. I hope I'm sending out men that took hours to sit in this chamber. Not because they think they are the most important amongst those that would have loved to be here, but because we are sending back men into South Africa that are ready, that understand what is it, what tools do they need to dismantle patriarchy. But we are sending out men, Deputy Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, that are ready and willing to lead us to the end of gender-based violence and femicide, to the end of children that are not maintained, to the end of children without fathers, to the end of teenage pregnancy, and something that is like made to be acceptable, sugar daddies or blessers. I know God only blesses. I hate that name, blessers, because no human being can bless the other. They don't have the capacity to do that.
All.
But let me also say, I hope I'm sending out men that are willing and ready to stand the test of time, to be honest, to be faithful, to be just, but above all, to say not in my name and mean it. Because not in my name cannot be a slogan, a campaign that makes it easy for us to say it. It should be a principle. It should be something that we are saying that we mean. Don't say it unless you mean it. Allow me to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to the many companies that invest their hard-earned net profit CSI money in supporting the programs earmarked for men and boys. Let me acknowledge the South African breweries, AB and BEF, for the No Excuse campaign. As a department, we appreciate because they also made it possible for us to begin to have a perpetrator profile so that we are able to roll out prevention programs by ensuring that there is a WhatsApp line so that men who don't want to talk to us can talk to male. We'll be launching a number of men's lounges. We've heard you, but we'll also be intensifying the men's dialogues. On the part of the 16 days, 26, we are in Groot Mariko, Northwest, because the men there have decided to be amongst us. They commit the most horrendous crimes. So we will invest time in this 16 days to elevate your own agenda. The ones that you presented to us, not the one we thought of. We stand ready and willing as a department, as the leader of the Men and Boys Championing Change programs, but as those that are committed to create a caring, self-sustainable South Africa. We can't do it alone. In partnership, together, we will create the South Africa we all want. The one we've written in the pages of the National Development Plan. So by 2030, let us all work to have a South Africa, but also a South African that deserves that South Africa. Thank you very much.
It's the first time since 1997 that I know this woman. That time didn't win her. She was just in time. She's always over time. So I commend you, my friend. You know we are coming a long way. Today you showed me that you can be disciplined. So thank you very much. I think it was quite touching, your input, and we also appreciate the fact that you are taking the programs that you are entrusted with very serious. And we believe that even if just one person changed because of the programs that we roll out, we already have achieved something. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. We will now call on the Deputy President of SALGA, Councillor Dion de Vos. I don't know, is it inside or is it upside?
I'm outside, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me take the opportunity to observe all protocols in respect of time and say good afternoon to all the members present in this very important session, which is chaired by your good selves. It is with great honor to me, on behalf of local government, to be part of the 2020 Men's Parliament, hosted under the theme, Institutionalizing a Responsive Men's Movement. As local government, we view the Men's Parliament as a platform for men to reflect on collective actions and response to social issues which affect society today. And these include HIV and AIDS, gender-based violence and femicide, alcohol and substance abuse, teenage pregnancy, poverty, and more. This event happens at a time where, as a country, we are still battling to contain the COVID-19 pandemic and working tirelessly to respond to its impact. We have, in the midst of the COVID-19 disaster, found ourselves having to deal with another emerging pandemic of gender-based violence and femicide. In April this year, the Minister of Police, Honorable Becky Cele, announced that at least 2,230 gender-based violence cases has been reported during the first week of the national lockdown, 30% more than the same dates of 2019. Issues of gender-based violence has reached unbearable levels and therefore can no longer be left to government alone, but needs all sectors and in particular men to defeat it. Amongst the constitutional mandate of local government is to promote social and economic development, and there is no doubt that many of the social issues confronting society today hinders on the ability of local government to achieve this mandate. Local government is at the receiving end of the impact of gender-based violence and femicide, HIV and TB, and this impact on our ability to deliver basic services. Gender-based violence and femicide, HIV and TB have left many households without breadwinners. Many children and people who are economically active no longer able to provide for themselves. Many of these households are now classified as indigenous households and they have to rely on municipalities for free basic services. This situation could further be exacerbated by the impact of COVID-19, which is likely to leave many child-headed households, increased unemployment rate, and more people without homes. As part of strengthening local government response to HIV, we have the 1st of December 2016, during the Saga National Conference, which coincided with the World AIDS Day, signed an MOU with International Association of Providers of AIDS Care, IPAC, and UNICEF's Joint Nation Program on HIV and AIDS to cooperate with each other for purposes of facilitating attaining the 1990 targets in South Africa fast-track cities. The MOU was in 2018 amended to include the South African National AIDS Council, SANEC, as the national coordinating body on HIV. We again in December 2018, during the Saga National Members Assembly, pledged to work with SANEC and the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in responding to the HIV pandemic. We do also through the AIDS councils in municipalities where they exist, promote institutionalized local response to HIV, working together with SANEC, sector departments, civil society organizations, and other social partners. We consider gender-based violence and femicide as an emerging pandemic which require the same collaborative approach to defeat, and this time, men should be at the forefront of the response. This is so because many forms of gender-based violence, namely violence against women and girls, violence against LGBTI people, intimate partner violence, domestic violence, and social violence are committed by men. Platforms like these, which seeks to engage collective men's action and responses to adverse social conditions, and for them to take accountability for their contribution in resolving social challenges affecting their communities, are necessary and should be expanded. SAGA supports the rollout of the District Men's Parliament as recommended by the inaugural National Men's Parliament, which was held in Cape Town on the 19th November 2018. We believe it could go a long way in mobilizing governments, non-governmental organizations, communities, civil society, and activists to unite in the fight against social challenges affecting our communities, including gender-based violence and femicide. This will also be consistent with the ideals of the district development model, which aims to improve the coherence and impact of government service delivery through a single development plan with focus on 34 districts and 8 metros across the country. With better resources and training, local government will be better positioned to institutionalize district men's parliament the same way we have institutionalized 8 councils at local government level. The MMC is responsible for social services in districts and metropolitan municipalities, together with the nominated person from the civil society organization who serve as conveners of the district men's parliament. The district men's parliament could sit before the adoption of municipal integrated plans so that the action plan arising from this parliament can be integrated into the IDP to allow for better resourcing, implementation, monitoring and evaluation. Municipalities, through their community services or social services directorates, can then coordinate the submission of reports by different sectors for consolidation and submission to the relevant structures. The reports of the district men's parliament will then need to be presented to the respective municipal councils for adoption before they can be shared with the provincial structures. We therefore, as SAGA, commit to work with our member municipalities and the relevant stakeholders to further conceptualize the district men's parliament implementation model. Honorable Chairperson, I want to commit on behalf of SAGA that we will do whatever we can in supporting the men's movement and dealing with the matters affecting women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Force. The next speaker will be Dr. Tembisile Kulu. And after that, we will just give a 3 minutes body break in order for the business to prepare themselves for what they are going to do here.
Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honorable Sylvia Lucas, the Deputy Minister of the National Department of Social Development, the Honorable Henrietta Bukupani Zulu, the Chief Whip of the ruling party, the Honorable DJ Pemza, and all Deputy Ministers and Ministers in attendance, present or virtually, to the leaders of the civil society, in particular the men's sector that have us gathered here today, members of the media, esteemed guests, and last but not least, and probably most important, Madoda, the men of South Africa, Sanbonan. The last time I stood in front of a place like this and addressed an audience like this was, when was it? Let me think. A new female Chief Executive Officer of the South African National AIDS Council addressing the men's parliament in the National Assembly. The last time I stood in front of an audience like this was never.
Now was your time.
So, Deputy Chairperson, I stand here proud to say I am my ancestors' wildest dreams. On behalf of the women of this world, but more importantly and specifically on behalf of the women of South Africa, I want to say that seeing all the men present in the House since yesterday and listening to the firm commitments that you have been making to be at the forefront of ending gender-based violence and femicide makes my heart warm and filled with hope for a better tomorrow, not only for me, but for my daughters and for my sons. If gender-based violence and femicide was a human being or was a person, as the street language has it, ngabe sithi wanya tsotsi. Your time is up. The men have stood and they are saying enough is enough.
Yes. Njalo.
The last South African Police Services statistics have been reported during this gathering, but they indicate that women and children continue to bear the brunt of violent crimes. The months of July, August, and September in particular were the most dangerous for the women of South Africa. The South African Police Services recorded a heartbreaking 8,922 rape cases in that period. The majority of these rape cases occurred in private homes. And further analysis of these rape cases showed that just over 3,500 of them occurred either in the private homes of the victim or in the private homes of the perpetrators. And this gives credence, to the narrative that most victims of sexual assault are assaulted by people that they know or by their intimate partners. Do women really have to survive a pandemic and also survive men? Is that how it should be? An effective response to a problem of this magnitude cannot be led by one entity or a single sector of society. A disjointed approach where different role players are leading their own isolated interventions will be counterproductive and will not yield any results. So, Deputy Chair, I'm reminded of an old African proverb which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So the appropriate course of action must be facilitated through a multi-sectoral response model. This model is what enables the South African National AIDS Council, SANAC, to thrive as the highest coordinating mechanism for the HIV and TB response in the country, chaired by the Deputy President. At SANAC, we bring together civil society, government, and the private sector to build consensus and to drive an enhanced response to the implementation of the NSP for TB, for HIV, and for STIs. Although sub-Saharan Africa continues to bear the bulk of the global burden of the TB and HIV epidemics, South Africa is starting to see some strides being made. We have got the largest antiretroviral treatment program in the world, and we are starting to see some initial indications that the numbers of new infections are declining. They are not coming down as fast as we would want them to. So we are way behind in terms of our prevention targets. We remain particularly concerned about adolescent girls and young women between the age of 15 and 24. We remain particularly concerned about men, and we remain particularly concerned about key and vulnerable populations. The goals of the NSP for HIV, TB, and STIs for the period 2017 to 2022 are designed to strengthen a multi-sectoral approach, which makes it easier for all role players to streamline their contributions towards effective implementation. Deputy Chairperson, gender-based violence and femicide is largely a social behavior change question. It therefore requires sustained programs and inclusive participation by all stakeholders. I submit that the replication of the multi-sectoral response employed by SANAC is what this country needs to effectively eliminate the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide in our communities. Our interventions should be interinstitutional, interdisciplinary, and all-inclusive. A multi-sectoral approach will ensure that we can integrate our interventions, we can facilitate easy access to support services, not only for the victims, but also for the perpetrators. We can also ensure accountability for all our role players. On behalf of the SANAC family, I'd like to acknowledge the sterling work done by the Civil Society Forum, particularly the men's sector, in mobilizing South African men and boys behind the Takuwani Re'ime campaign. They have covered a lot of ground over a very short space of time. And as SANAC, we also wish to acknowledge the ongoing support and leadership which comes from the National Department of Social Development under the leadership of our Deputy Minister, the Honorable Henrietta Bogopane-Zulu, who has proven to be a true custodian and a true champion of men championing change. Deputy Chairperson, in about 10 days from now, South Africa will be joining the world in commemorating World AIDS Day. Under the theme, "We are in this together, Cheka Impilo." This theme is derived from the global UN AIDS theme, which is global solidarity, shared responsibility. The theme emphasizes the role of communities in the national response to HIV and shines the spotlight on the Cheka Impilo National Wellness Campaign. This campaign is aimed at intensifying screening and testing services for both communicable and non-communicable diseases. Beyond that, Cheka Impilo wants to make sure that after testing and screening, people are successfully linked to sustainable care and treatment services. The principles of a multi-sectoral response are once again embodied by the World AIDS Day theme, and it proposes that the well-being of a community depends on the actions of each and every individual in the nucleus. Now, uma ngithi each and every person, there is a saying in isiZulu esithi okwehlula amadoda kuyabikwa. The question is, kubikwa kubani? I'm going to ask you to indulge me and allow me to dare say, and if I may, Deputy Chairperson, get your permission to answer the question. Kubikwa kubafazi. Okwehlula amadoda kuyabikwa. And allow me to say, kubikwa kubafazi. The well-being of women and girls in this country depends on the individual actions of all men and boys in this country. The harmony that we are seeking between men and women, which was described by the Honorable Minister of Health yesterday, also requires the involvement of women. We clearly got here because there was some intrinsic error where the combos did not communicate. Yikosila. And if men are willing to adjust their software, as mentioned by, I think, Benjamin Zanzi Izolo, then the women of this country have to get involved. The women of South Africa, just like the children, are saying nothing for us without us. Women are going to have to be part of this dialogue because we have pain. We have deep-seated pain. Women have a view. Women have got a perspective, and we've got opinions that matter. And we are asking the men of South Africa to hear us. Here's a promise that we can make. We can promise to stand by you as you are championing change, because as you champion change, you need to take care of your physical health. And we are committing here. While you take care of your physical health, you also need to take care of your mental health. Now, we understand that you would probably be newcomers to this art of multitasking, because Nan's in that championing change, physical health, mental, it's a lot. So I can say, on behalf of the women of South Africa, I'm going to stand here and commit that we are going to be your support structure. And this is the point at which... This is the point at which you're supposed to say, no. Because that is sweet, right? It is sweet, because women have always looked after the issue of men's health. In other words, men's health has always been a women's issue. But manje, when we go for our pap smears, we'll nudge, don't forget the prostate, Baba.
The prostate.
Yeah. When we go for HIV testing, sihamba sonke, we go for testing together. Nobody is going to rely on a woman's test result to determine their own status.
Proxy.
As a proxy. And the reason that we are going to do that is because we believe in you. We believe in the men of South Africa. We believe in our fathers. We believe in our husbands. We believe in our partners. And we believe in our sons. We know how hard it is for you to take care of your health. But when it comes to having that blood sugar test, to having the cholesterol, to having that blood pressure taken, we know that you will get it right because a man knows. A man knows that when it comes to taking care of his own health, Courage is what makes him a man. Do that blood test. A man knows that when it comes to taking care of his own health, he must face his fear in order to triumph. A man knows that he can be diabetic or hypertensive and he can still live a healthy life. A man knows that knowledge is power over HIV. And a man knows that a man must check his own impilo because a man must know his own truth. I thank you.
Thank you. We will be calling Anne Rust and his partner that is running the new hashtag no excuse, but we are just giving a 3-minute body break.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Can you see my shirt? Do I need to
Stand
stand
on
on
there.
the thing?
There we go.
I'm on the stoop.
They are ready now. This will be the ones that are here. We will continue. Order, honorable members. Chief, no. We appreciate you so much. Thank you very much. Really, I was saying to say, ask them. I'm saying it every day. I said it to Barbara this morning. I'm saying it every day. Thank you very much. Order, honorable members. Can just tell those that are still outside, we are continuing. 3 minutes, we took more than 3 minutes. So, Mr. Anne Ras, I don't think you would want so few people inside, but I want you to continue.
Then we don't agree, but I have to listen.
Order. Yes, we may.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker of the NCOP. Greetings, honourable members, ministers, deputy ministers. Good afternoon, members of the men's sector, the media, and people watching at home. All protocol being observed. The Honourable DM Henrietta Bokopane Zulu, I hope you approve of my choice in fashion today.
Yeah, he's the next.
I am Arne Rust, the brand director for Carling Black Label, a husband, a father, a corporate partner to Takawane Rime, a proud member of the No Excuse movement. Throughout yesterday, we heard testimonies of the damage that GBV wreaks in our society. A common thread is the wounded masculinity that is at the heart of this problem. As men, we all carry some woundedness with us because the question, am I enough, was at some point never fully answered. Perhaps it was an absent or a destructive father. Perhaps not being as successful as you thought you should be. Perhaps for not being chosen for a team or for a position. Perhaps it was being rejected by a woman. We carry this with us, and as we know, people who hurt people. It is a fact that men are dangerous. We are on average twice as physically strong as women. And as a gender, we score lower on trait agreeableness, which includes aspects like kindness and the maintenance of social harmony. However, we are not asking men to stop being dangerous. To remove that would be to disempower men. We are made to be dangerous, but we must only be dangerous to danger. We must harness and control our strength. It is a gift. But without control, it becomes a curse. The opposite of masculinity is not femininity. It is passivity. No Excuse calls on men to take action and live by the 6 virtues of a champion. These virtues echo many of the initiatives that the honourable delegates have put forward yesterday and today. They are to use your strength for good, to nurture your fields, to define yourself by your character, to build a band of brothers around you, to mentor the next generation, and to make the world a better place. The Deputy Speaker asked us yesterday to reflect on what we have taken away from what we have heard in this chamber and to share that with someone in our lives. I would like to share that with you all now. The social contract between men and women has been broken. I believe this because the person most likely to abuse a woman is her partner. Not a stranger, but someone close to her, someone that should love and care for her. This is why No Excuse is calling for a renewal of our vows. I'd like to call one of our own, a woman who has been part of No Excuse since its inception, a member who has been nominated to serve on the National GBVF Board of Trustees at the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. She was instrumental in getting No Excuse endorsed by the Honourable Deputy President, Mr. David Mabuza, and the Deputy Minister of Social Development, the Honourable Henrietta Bokopane Zulu. I call Pamela and Master Nkuna to the front.
Thank you, Arne. Good evening to the honourable members and good evening to all members.
Good evening to honourable members and good evening to all. My wife and my love, Mrs. Pamela Nkuna. I am Bozeni Master Nkuna. I vow to renew my values as a man, to a woman, and to society. I recommit to the promise that I will not harm you by any hand, word or deed. And I vote to stand for you. I rebel against the idea that I can't help, because right now I'm helping that I can't help, because right now I'm helping by standing up against gender-based violence. There is no excuse for women abuse. More than half of South African women have experienced violence in a relationship. It's time to renew all. I thank you.
No excuse.
Nikensile, my love, Nakuranza. Thank you.
Thank you, my love.
Thank you.
Yes, I was.
We have witnesses. Thank you for sharing your vow and your authenticity with us. Now, let us follow their example to set an example for the men that we represent. Can I ask you to all stand and repeat the vow with me? I will say the words, and if you can repeat it with me, I would be grateful. I vow to renew my values as a man to women and to society. I recommit to the promise that I will not harm you by my hand, word, or deed. I vow to stand for you. I rebel against the idea that I cannot help. Because right now I am helping by standing against gender-based violence. There is no excuse for abuse. More than half of South African women experience abuse in a relationship. It is time to renew all. I thank you. As a symbol of my vow to be a champion man, I now put on this ring as a constant reminder of my promise and a physical symbol of hope to any woman who sees me wearing it that I have renewed my vows. You have all received a ring.
Yes.
You have all made the vow. Wear it with pride and spread the word. This symbol also answers the call by our Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa to wear a black band in solidarity to those who have suffered this year. As a member of Corporate South Africa, I specifically call on all corporates to join us in this fight. Let us change the reality and enable men in our teams, in our offices, in our companies to be the champions of change. But we are not starting with nothing. I'm not standing here with an empty briefcase. As I stand here, we already have commitments from the South African Breweries, SAB, from the Receiver of Revenue, SARS, from ABSA, and from Ernst & Young, to have the men in their organizations take the vow, do the Champions for Change course, and win the fight against gender-based violence. If you, as a corporate, want to join the movement, please get in touch with me, with your men's sector representative, or with the Department of Social Development. Let us show ourselves and the world how we win. No Excuse will provide you with the support to get the No Excuse vow rings and the wristbands, to get access to the Champions for Change online course, and to be part of the solution for GBV. No Excuse will also be leveraging all of our relationships and the influence in our power to drive commitment and meaningfully change the incidence of GBV. There will be another announcement on the 25th of November to expand the reach of this initiative. So please stay tuned. This cycle can be broken, and it is broken more often than not. We are not the prisoners of destiny. The future is not preordained. If all victims and witnesses of abuse were doomed to continue the cycle, we would all be abusers. Somewhere in the countless generations that came before us, our forebears, one of our forebears, was the victim or witnessed abuse. But they chose to break the cycle, and we are all better for it. We can all make the same choice. All is not lost. There is hope. We can change this. There is no problem that man made that man cannot fix, and we have to fix this. As John Elridge said, deep in his heart, every man longs for a battle to fight, an adventure to live, and a beauty to pursue. Gentlemen, this is our battle. The time is now. The time is now to renew all. I thank you.
Thank you. Wow, I think it's quite powerful. And I'm going to use it tomorrow in the event that I'm addressing on gender-based violence. I'm going to use the vow. So we are supposed to have the chairperson of the Moral Regeneration Movement now, Father Mkachwa. We are still trying to find out where he is at the current moment. Oh, there's Father coming. It's fine. Father, he's an ex-parliamentarian. We cannot tell him. Thank you. That was 1994. Thank you, Father.
Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. 26 years ago, we won our democracy. And one of the very first problems that faced us was not only economic problem, generally speaking, which remains a huge challenge up to today. But I want to focus on the subject that is being discussed here. And one looks back and asks one question, that how come that after so many years, after so many beautiful statements from the government, from the religious sector, community organizations, private sector, and all sectors of society, but how come that the problem of gender-based violence persists? As a matter of fact, is even worse now than it was so many years ago. So therefore the question must be asked, what's wrong? Is our system of communication effective? Are we reaching out, particularly to the people who really needs to hear the message and act upon it? Why is it that although so many people feel the pain, but they don't seem, at least many of them, don't seem to be able to take a resolute stance and say, so far and no further? No more statements. We have enough of statements and so on. But I think what we need now is well-coordinated action, focused action, but also with a clear direction. And as the President has already pointed out, that all sectors of society must work together in order to fight this enemy. In fact, there's a way in which this enemy is even worse than COVID-19. COVID-19 we can, maybe with not much scientific precision yet, but we can almost tell that after such and such a period, it will come to an end. Scientists are working very hard to find a cure for this disease and so on. But gender-based violence, patriarchy, is much more complex in the sense that it's partly based on a false cultural assumptions, it's based on prejudices, it's based on power relations, is based on selfishness. So there is an element about it that most people will probably want to continue to maintain, especially those who benefit from the status quo. So then for me, the question, ladies and gentlemen, is very clear. First of all, just to thank the Men's Parliament and all the organizations of young people, old people, religious organizations and so on, who have really in one form or the other made an attempt to deal with this challenge. Moral Generation Movement, of which I'm the chair, and I'm sure that's probably why I was invited here. Although I say I was put under the theme religion and so on. Of course, I do come from the religious sector. I'm one of them. There's no doubt about that. But Moral Generation Movement, the difference about it is that it transcends culture, race. It transcends tribalism, gender, levels of education, social classes. It transcends all these, in a way, sectors. That's why we can work with all political parties, irrespective of their ideological differences and what have you. We can work with white, black people, pink, if at all there are any. We work with everybody because we believe if we are to have social cohesion in this country, we have got to be in a position where there are certain shared values to which we can all pay allegiance. And that's what MRM has done and is reflected in this booklet called the Charter of Positive Values, which was actually published in 2008 after a lot of hard work, which took 5 years. And it was the research was led by Paulo Zulu. I want to come back to him later on. So that is the challenge then, ladies and gentlemen, it seems to be that is facing us. So MRM, what have you done? What have you brought to the party? Because there are lots of people, organizations that have spoken. I'm sure they've said, this is the little bit that we're bringing to the party. So MRM, we have been in existence to 2003 or 2002. What are you bringing to the party? Among many other things that we have done, working with the academia, with the youth organizations, women's organizations, political formations, and what have you. I just want to focus on one specific area that we actually addressed, and that is exactly GBV. In 2017, we launched a national campaign in Soweto, and the Department of Arts and Culture partnered with us in doing that, and we appreciate that very much, you see, and of course, in the course of time, we realized that because we had no fund, adequate funds to continue that good work and so on, we therefore decided that, well, perhaps we need to give ourselves to re-strategize. And this year, we then took a resolution that we need to relaunch that campaign with a difference. The difference is that whilst we are going to have a public launch, but closely linked to that, we are going to make sure that this campaign is taken right down to the people in the ghettos, people in workplaces, people in wards, in other words, where people live and work and entertain themselves. And that's how any organization will survive, because unless it's just based on events, however wonderful and entertaining the events may be, it's not going to last. There must be a buy-in from the people to whom it's supposed to serve. And that's our aim, therefore. And in order to make sure that the coordinators in the regions work in a coordinated, unified way, coherent way, we then approach the University of KZN to try and produce some materials. And that's where the name of Professor Paulo Zulu comes in. He assembled a team of researchers and other people to assist him to do that. They've since produced the material, but of course for now, well, it's a secret, but we're not able to access it because we won't pay them. We have no money to pay them. But we're in dialogue with them because we really believe that they very often, sometimes we have conferences, people go back home, they're quite happy, but there's nothing that they carry with them home to continue thinking, reflecting on the issues that we discussed. So that's our campaign, therefore. And we're therefore, in that regard, inviting you, ladies and gentlemen, especially you guys, who have already started very good work and so on. Is there a way we can work together, not only relying on government? Government has money and its programs and so on, and we have to work together with government because they represent supposed to represent the interests of all the people and so on. But sometimes there are certain projects, there are certain initiatives that are better handled, better managed by people of civil society, obviously supported by government and so on. And that's why, therefore, we're coming to you, to your friends, to the people that you're working with, to young men and women, to say, is there a way we can join forces in this regard? The details of which we can always make available later on. As I conclude, Chairperson, a few months ago, we all remember that a certain George, whose name I can't remember, a black American, was in fact murdered by a white cop, American cop.
Black Lives Matter.
And he made a statement, "I cannot breathe." And that statement resonated throughout the world. And there was a campaign, not only restricted to the United States of America, all over the world. Why did that happen? Because just of that one spark, which touched the conscience, the minds of people to say, let us also be counted and do something about it. Because what has happened is an indictment to all of us. What spark do we need? Maybe you've got some ideas. Because what often happens in this country, unfortunately, is that we all get very excited when the media reports some horrible murders of women and girls that had happened and so on. And quite rightly so, we're all worked up, we're very angry, we want to do something about it. But after 2-3 weeks, after the media has lost interest, that issue disappears. Comes back to what I said, that you need a well-coordinated campaign, which hopefully will get a buy-in from as many people as possible, in South Africa. So that is the one, at least for me, it's a sort of hope that people can be inspired to work together. And another, well, hopefully this is a project we're waiting for. About 5 years ago, the African National Congress, in one of its conferences, took, I thought, was a very important resolution. And that was that this booklet here, the Charter of Positive Values, which we presented to you, Comrade Speaker, when you were still the Premier, that it should be incorporated into the curriculum of basic education, so that our young ladies, boys and girls from a very early age, they are exposed to the values. They're very simple to read, but also to understand how they can help to transform society, which would therefore mean that if they are exposed to this, there are two or three very specific values that tackle the issue of gender-based violence here. So right from their very early age, they'll begin to realize that there's a way in which you have got to relate to girls, to women. And there are certain actions of violence that should be taboo. Because if we don't do that, this nation is not going to enjoy the real peace and democracy for which many people fought. Comrade Chair, you remember that during the days of the struggle, and some of you, at least those were reasonably old during that time. During the struggle, we organized our communities, especially townships, major townships and cities, into street, area, sectoral committees, where people came together to discuss not only their problems, but to see how they could share their problems, their challenges and difficulties and deal with them. It was a time I remember very clearly. I was in social movement at the time. Young women and all could walk from one street of a big township to the other 12 midnight without being molested. And anyone who did, they knew the consequences. What has happened to that spirit? After 1994, all those people's organs for people's power, we just mashed them, and today we're paying a very heavy price. Why can't we then use that tool to promote the struggle against gender violence? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I sincerely hope that we can continue outside this precinct the dialogue that has started, which I personally enjoyed very much, and I appreciated you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Smangaliso Kachwa, Chairperson of the MRM. We are going to continue with the program, and we call now Nkosi Mahlangu to the Chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders.
Thank you, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the leadership of the men's sector, our Deputy Minister. I'm saying our Deputy Minister, she knows that she's our number one Deputy Minister, Umama Bohopane Zulu. Chairpersons and Deputy Chairpersons of provinces that have joined us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been requested to address you about culture and tradition in relation to the men's parliament. So I want to look at this topic following 5 key issues. Firstly, one would have to address the issue in terms of why is culture key? Culture is meant to protect, not to destroy. It's meant to build socially cohesive communities. In terms of culture, women are the pillars of family. They are champions of our culture. You always see when we have to dress up, Tina Madoda, even though they are married into our families, but ngibo abakombisa isiko lalomndeni, even more than us that are in that families. They are leaders of families. Hence, in traditional communities, kuthiwa kukwanabani akubizwa ngegama lomndeni wendoda. So isibongo sakama asifi sihlala sikhona because this thing a patriarchy, it was a bit foreign to us. You can hear with the way we used to do things. Women are to be valued according to our culture. They are to be protected. You'd remember ngenkati zepi nakuthiwa ipi seyinyathela kwabantwana besazi ukuthi ipi seyisendlini. It is now going to be attacking our women and our children. So now the question that we should be asking ourselves, ukuthi ipi naseyisendlini sibo baba si wager endlini and doing so many despicable things against our women, have we failed as fathers? And I think that should be a question that we should be asking ourselves, because we always wage war outside of our homes, but it seems as if we've taken war and brought it right inside our homes, and we are doing a lot of despicable things, adopting foreign cultures that are leading to the maiming of our women and children. As a custodian of culture, I want to admit that there are violent acts, stereotypes, crimes, and other wrong things done in the name of culture. I can make an example, one or two, the misunderstanding of the role of being head of the family. So we are taking it, most men are taking it as a right to being a tyrant. When one fails to take responsibility and accountabiliity, you always pull rank by saying you are the head of the family and you suppress engagement. That is not culture. Secondly, there's a new culture where once a child is raped, kuthiwa kuhlatshwa imbuzi and kuyacleanswa, and that is kept within the family. Yes, ukuhlaba imbuzi and cleanse is part of culture, but the perpetrator must face the music. The perpetrator must be dealt with, the perpetrator must be arrested. So we can't today confuse what culture is and protect those that are killing our women and children. It is our responsibility as traditional leaders, community leaders, and men in general to debunk such myths and stereotypes. As academics and researchers have published in numerous volumes, culture is not static. It is dynamic, it evolves over time and adapts itself to current circumstances, including legislative dictates. In our case, we need to preach the gospel that whatever we do to and with women, we must always bear in mind that they have the same and equal rights as us. They must never be treated as our property or possession. They must be respected, nurtured, and protected against all forms of violence and harm. Any culture that does not transform will never stand the test of time. It will die. So, but what one needs to caution us that as culture transforms, because we've seen how culture has been transforming, we're not leading that transformation of culture. Hence, foreign cultures are coming into the space where we are adopting new cultures that we don't even know. And as traditional leaders, we are supposed to be custodians of culture. So we are custodians of something that has already flown out of the window, because there are new cultures that people are adopting and of which we do not know what those cultures are. So we need to come back to that space of making sure that what we are custodians of, we are able to protect, and when it has to transform, we are leading that transformation. Secondly, let me also highlight that in line with our commitment to fight harmful cultural practices, the National House, about 2 or 3 years ago, joined the High Court in the Cape as amicus curiae, friends of the court, in the case against a man who had abducted and raped, impregnated an underage girl, claiming that he was practicing his culture of Ukutwala. By joining the High Court as its friends, we wanted to ensure that we send a clear message that no one should be allowed to commit any crime in the name of culture. We had to give a proper description and a perspective of what Ukutwala is. You can't just go around twalaring any other person that is not the person that you know or your woman. So I stood in court and defended that culture, and that person had been sent to jail for many years. Working with the Department of Social Development through the Rock Foundation or the Rock Program, it's part of ways of how we assist in terms of correcting some of the perspectives that are happening around, and also working on programs to protect women. We also have another program with the National Prosecuting Authority that we call Project Ndabezit, where traditional leaders are being trained on Domestic Violence Act and on how they should be dealing with issues of domestic violence. I think those are some of the programs that we are embarking on to make sure that we protect our women. 3, furthermore, be informed that in the light of the community outcry against harmful cultural practices, most of which are abusive and oppressive to women, the National House has partnered with international organizations and also local research chairs, especially one at the University of Cape Town. We've also partnered with the University of Ottawa and Bordeaux in France, and also other Francophone universities, where a research program has been embarked on, where we are looking at these harmful cultural practices and seeing if we can come up with ways of how to transform and review them so that they do not destroy the good of what the culture is supposed to be, and also make sure that those cultures are in line with the constitution, and those cultures will be those of initiation, because initiation was not meant to be killing the boys that is killing now. Initiation was meant to give us as fathers, these that are in here, an opportunity to sit with your son and be able to inculcate the values and norms that we're supposed to live with, and values and norms that are supposed to be protecting our sisters and our mothers. But we are starting to see things that culture is not. Ukutwala also completely misunderstood, and I think we need to bring it back to perspective. Issue of ukuzila is also a cultural practice that also oppresses women that needs to be looked at. We also have a culture of ukungena and other marriage practices that we believe have to be reviewed and relooked at. So there's a committee within the National House that is currently working on these different cultural practices. We're also extending a hand to other universities because we don't have the money to do research, but they would assist us with coming up with the research and recommendations. Once that is done, then we'll be able to engage with our own communities on how to transform those culture. So in the same vein, however, every possible attempt will be made to promote and preserve positive and progressive cultural practices which define who we are as Africans. And I think questions have been posed on us with how do we define a real African man. And I think with these positive cultural norms and all those, we'll be able to define proper as an institution, who is a real African man. Fourth, the National House has met with the men's sector, that is on the 16th of November, 2020, to discuss the extension of the men's parliament to the 882 traditional councils in the 8 provinces in South Africa. In addition to its operation at the national level, provincial level, district level, and planned launch at local municipal level. We also promised that we will take this men's parliament also to traditional, villages. We have about 9,000 villages that we are looking after as a sector, and I think those dialogues should also be happening there in those villages. As traditional leaders, we are fully committed to the realization of this resolution that we are part of making, as it will ensure that women and boys in rural areas are mobilized and engaged on the importance of promoting progressive cultural practices and fighting toxic patriarchy, toxic masculinity with associated crimes such as gender-based violence, rape and murder of our own mothers, wives, and daughters. It will also assist in dealing with many broken men by giving them a platform to get advised and also to heal as well. So the worth of a nation is judged by how it treats its women, children, and other vulnerable groups. We have no doubt that when the Khoisan communities eventually participate in the governance structures as per traditional and Khoisan Act, they will also be brought on board. Lastly, as agreed during the meeting with the men's sector, the National House of Traditional Leaders will ensure that we identify a few traditional councils in different provinces to pilot the operation of the men's parliament. We'll also be participating fully in the coming 16 days of no violence against women and children. We would also request, Deputy Chair, that let the institution be empowered through legislation to deal with social ills in our areas. Democracy meant the end of our courts. We would request that this house that you lead, that it removes the shackles and chains on our legs as a sector so that we can do our work. We have the Traditional Courts Bill that has been before this house for the past 15 years. And that is what is hampering us as an institution for protecting our women. In those few words, I want to thank you for inviting us to the second men's parliament. Together we can do more. Dakwani Reime.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nkosi Mahlangu. We will now call on a representative For the developmental partners, that is the UN resident coordinator, Ms. Nardos Bekele Thomas. I'm sure if she's not here, she will be on the platform.
Good evening.
Evening. Welcome.
My name is Anne Githuku Shongwe, and I'm here representing Dr. Nardos Bekele Thomas, who unfortunately had an emergency this afternoon and was not able to join, so she has asked me to represent her.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Honorable Sylvia Lucas, Deputy Chair of the NCOP, and also to the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly in his absence, or maybe he's present, I don't see him, but maybe he's present, we can't see from here. I want to recognize the Honorable Deputy President, David Mabuza in absentia, all the Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers who are present, in particular my sister, the Deputy Minister Henrietta Bogopane Zulu. Thank you so much for your remarks. The Premier of the Western Cape, all provincial and local leaders, members of Parliament, but most importantly, the executive and members of SANAC, most importantly, all the men who are here from the men's sector, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to SANAC and the men's sector for the invitation to us as the United Nations to this important initiative. I wish in particular to congratulate the men's sector for their consistency in strengthening their movement, Takowane Rime. Since its launch in 2015, your commitment to grow the movement and establish district men's parliaments is commendable. We want to see these district parliaments engage men across the length and breadth of this country to become active participants in the fight against gender-based violence. We also congratulate you, Deputy Speaker and the Minister and Deputy Minister of Social Development, for leading this important men's parliament. It is unprecedented, and we acknowledge this annual event as a world best practice that we are hopeful will truly transform the culture of violence against women and girls that has been so pervasive, and that we hope and trust through this platform will change. More than other countries in Africa and globally, South Africa is faced with a unique challenging dual war on women. GBV and HIV are now a war that we at the UN, including UNAIDS, UN Women, UNICEF, UNFPA, UNODC, and many others, are very closely engaged. I'm sure that it is not news to you that the adolescent girls and young women whose very high levels of HIV infection rates occur alongside an equally high level of intimate partner violence, many of them with what is well known in this country as a blesser culture. After decades of work on HIV and gender-based violence and femicide, the global reviews of 25 years since the Beijing Conference for Women that was held in 1995 points to the unfinished business of social norms, stereotypes, and toxic behaviors as what is holding us from achieving gender equality. According to the World Economic Forum data from this year, we are still 99 years away from gender equality. These issues of gender-based violence and HIV occur in the context of gender inequality. We are 10 years away this year to the end of the Global Sustainable Development Goals. For us at the United Nations, this is also the expiration date for gender inequality in all its forms. And so we are tirelessly working and supporting governments, supporting civil society partners everywhere to ensure that we can see a true end to gender inequality in our lifetime. How we treat women, particularly in terms of violence and HIV, is a loud proxy indicator of how close or far we are to achieving this dream. It calls for a whole society approach, but one where for us, women have marched the streets, have shouted from rooftops, have worked hard and tirelessly to fight gender inequality. But it is time now that we rest as we watch men and boys take up this issue strongly. And as the SANAC CEO was saying very well earlier, that we will stand by your side, but we will expect you to be the ones to break the behaviors, the norms, the stereotypes, the toxicity that is prevailing amongst you. And those who are seated in this room, Go and take each one by your side, together with traditional leaders, with faith leaders and others in your community, and demand change from your fellow brothers. There's still a lot of work to be done in this regard. You cannot achieve gender equality without transforming the current unequal power relations between men and women. From global experience, we know that influential institutions as well that shape culture are instrumental and can actually reward abusive behavior or challenge it and begin to force that change. Here in South Africa, the UN is supporting the Faith Action to End Gender-Based Violence, a collaborative of over 40 organizations committing to ensure that no violence happens under their watch. As Father Mkatra just said earlier, through this collective, we are hopeful that churches can help to take back the streets in the way that South Africa did during the apartheid era. Every street, every ward, every community needs to know who are the perpetrators, who is being violated, and ensure that it will not happen on your street. If all of us do this, surely we will see an end to this scourge of violence. Across Africa, the UN is working very closely with traditional leaders in a partnership that we are now calling the Khotla Initiative. From across the continent, it has been instrumental in influencing decisions to end FGM. There was an announcement recently in Sudan that FGM is now no longer acceptable in Sudan, to abolish child marriage, as you have heard from Malawi and Zambia, where the issue of child marriage is no longer allowed. And even amongst the Sunni Muslim community, who announced in December of 2018 the end to child marriage within their community. This is unprecedented change. And as Ndade Matlamu was just saying, culture changes, and culture changes for the better. And so here is an opportunity where we have seen and we have evidence of real change through culture and through institutions that shape culture. The evidence is clear that this change is possible. In some parts of South Africa, physical intimate partner violence was reduced by nearly 40%, while economic intimate partner violence was more than halved when gender norms were tackled head-on. So men, let us engage as gender advocates and speak out as active agents and stakeholders who can transform social norms, behaviors, and gender stereotypes that perpetuate discrimination and inequality. It has been done. Like Michael Matsena, a community activist and a proud feminist from Mamelodi, who demonstrated the impact that one man can have in curbing gender-based violence. Like many men in his community, Mike Matsena was an aggressive man. He did not prioritize his family and benefited from his male privilege until he attended the UN's He for She workshops that were being held led by the Catholic Church's Social Justice and Peace Program. He started his fight against GBV by using every opportunity, including social occasions, to engage with other men and their sons about changing their mindset and behavior towards women and girls. Mike also worked with economically vulnerable women, helping them to see the dangers of the blesser phenomenon. He supported them with the necessary tools to harness an inner strength to gain economic independence. His work eventually led to the formation of a movement called Young Women for Life that is over 1,000 young women strong now in the country. In July 2020, we sadly lost Ndade Mike to COVID-19 as he fought hard in the front lines to defend the lives of so many, ensuring that those living with HIV had access to food, had access to ARVs, and ensuring that there was no violence that was happening under his watch. He leaves behind a strong legacy. And today, the He for She movement and the Young Women for Life program, as well as their partners in the Changemakers community, are continuing this legacy. If Mike can do it, you can do it. These are programs that have great potential for widespread behavioral change. Yesterday, we heard from the various esteemed speakers on the importance of men seeking to improve their own health and sexual behavior. Through the Changemakers community program and community mobilization that takes place through men's stokvels, through taverns, wherever men gather, 75,000 men returned to testing and adherence to ARVs. You heard this from the CEO of SANAC about your resistance to healthy choices. Please look after yourselves by utilizing health facilities. Your decisions to test, your decisions to take care of your health means that our families may survive. We encourage your brothers, encourage your sons, encourage your nephews, your neighbors and friends to do the same. Be a trailblazer. Encourage these conversations. The community conversations that have been taking place through these community agents have created massive transformations. In taverns, in different communities across the country, these conversations are beginning to shift even tavern behavior, where men themselves are able to support and encourage and defend women in cases of abuse and ensure that cases of violence happening under their watch see their end and see justice and bring justice there. The UN is your ally in this pursuit. In addition to our unwavering commitment to the achievement of our Sustainable Development Goals, the Secretary General has issued a call to action for peace in the home, particularly in the context of the COVID-19 lockdown, where intimate partner violence escalated by over 30% across the world. Gender-based violence in itself, a violation of human rights. In addition to the injuries sustained, women exposed to intimate partner violence are 1.5 times more likely to have HIV, twice as likely to experience depression, 16% more likely to have low birth weight babies. The escalation of the GBV numbers in South Africa during this lockdown and during COVID-19 was a real threat to the physical well-being and bodily autonomy of women and girls who are unable to reach sexual and reproductive health services that are necessary for their lives. Unfortunately, during the global pandemic, the shadow pandemic of GBV in all its forms escalated, and we had to then create absolute new responses to ensure that we deal with this alarming evidence of increases in violence. Emerging and alarming evidence suggests that girls are at an increased risk of child marriage as a negative coping mechanism of COVID-19's economic fallout and school closures. Men and boys are essential allies in changing this scenario. We must move from awareness of the existence of violence to taking collective accountability for creating a country where women and girls can live in safety and walk the streets, as Father Mukacho was saying, freely knowing that they are truly living in a free society. In the same vein, we must not lose sight of the positives. A strong response from society and government is outlined in the National Strategic Plan for ending gender-based violence and femicide. This multi-sectoral plan that we at the United Nations supported very closely harnesses the roles, the responsibilities and resources, includes civil society organizations, is a true multi-stakeholder partnership and bodes well for a whole of society response. However, the success of such a plan will depend on how well it is implemented. Urgency and political will is vital. The United Nations is your ally in this effort. Completely eradicating this scourge requires an effort that must be multiplied many times over. We must focus on the present through programs aimed at current perpetrators of violence. Our long-term solutions lies in how we raise a different generation of men for the future. In conclusion, what are the things that you as men can do now? Bystanderism. A study that was conducted by us at the United Nations pointed to bystanderism, where men who, as an abuser, take a group of men, confront him, stop him, don't stand by and do nothing, because in doing so, you are also contributing to gender-based violence. Take responsibility. If you witness a threat or act of violence, it is your responsibility to report it immediately. Don't keep quiet, report it. Take back your streets. Support victims of gender-based violence. This support may include helping her to report the case. Find a shelter for abused women and provide financial or in-kind support. In some countries today, it is the perpetrator who leaves the home and not the abused woman. These are issues that must be considered as well for South Africa. Educate yourselves and others consistently, engage with your circles of influence on the topic and build consciousness. If you are a father, make a personal commitment to bring up your boy in the same principles of standing up against gender inequality broadly, but specifically calling out acts of gender-based violence. Do not tolerate jokes that may foster gender-based violence. This is toxic masculinity. Call your family, friends, and colleagues out when they share such jokes. Join the UN He for She movement to gender-based violence, to end gender-based violence. During the July Nelson Mandela lecture, the United Nations Secretary General bemoaned, everywhere, women are worse off than men, simply because they are women. Inequality and discrimination are the norm. Violence against women, including femicide, is at epidemic levels. It is through the efforts of men like you that we can change this reality. I thank you.
Thank you very much. They dealt with all the different inputs. We are now at a point where we will allow debate, but the time allocated is 30 minutes, which leaves us with a dilemma. And after that, we have 10 minutes for motions and notices of motions. So I think what we can do is to allow, first and foremost, one person per province, including civil society, to speak. We will take 6 inside the house and 3 on the virtual platform. If there is provincial representation on the virtual, that is the first one. Time allowing, we will go for a second round. And then we will see how we are going to deal with the issue. We're still ahead, a little bit ahead in the program, so we can also possibly utilize that. So can we get an indication from the virtual platform? I want to say, please do it provincially. You will be number 1, you will be number 2, you will be number 3, you will be number 4, you will be number 5, you will be number 6, number 7, number 8. Can I get one from that side? Number 9. Now, I don't remember, so you need to remember, so you can continue, and then we can get the 3 from the. I didn't see this.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Monabisi Njanya, chairperson of Amatole District, Eastern Cape. Chair.
Eastern Cape, you hear, Eastern Cape have now spoken.
Civile, chairperson, gender-based violence, kuthethiwe kakhulu ngayo. Asimanga nje singamadoda kwi-gender-based violence. Kukho nenye into engumbangazwe, a drug-free society. Ndiyafuna ekubeni uba ndive kabuhlungu izolo apha uDeputy Minister wamapolisa ebalisa nge-men's corner desk. Chairperson, ndifuna sike siqwalasele Deputy Chairperson indlela amapolisa asebenza ngayo. Kwi-areas onke asebenza kuzo sesebenza ukuqhela. They are very close to i-drug lords. Ndikhe ndabona kumzekelo omhle owenziwa kwicawa yo-Methodist Church and others. Apho umuntu ahlala khona iminyaka ethile kuloo ndawo aseva kuyo, emveni koko ashiye oseva kwenye indawo. Loo nto uba ingenziwa emapoliseni ingayenza loo nto yokuba bangaziqheli ii-areas abahlele kuzo, bayoseva kakuhle kwiindawo ii-areas zonke abazisevayo.
I will only allow 3 minutes.
Mangikhawulezise. Kukhe kwakho isimbono besike savela eTV, a foreign guy eyayibethwe ngamapolisa yade yasweleka. Isimbono esasiveza ngezo foreigners eGauteng izokuba baqhela udibana namapolisa bawanike imali. Ngalwa suku the only thing umngane wabangakhange ayenze ukunikeza imali, wasuffocatewa ngeplastic ngamapolisa to death. Ayondo iqhelekileyo loo nto, but akuthethwa ngamapolisa nemikhuba abayenzayo. Imikhuba evela ngamapolisa ininzi evela eTV, of which asikwazi uyi-addressa loo nto leyo. Kwi-societies ndithetha kabuhlungu because e-Eastern Cape sigutyungelwe zilali, singabantu basezilalini. Umntana omoshe eKapa uthi wawumoshe eKapa athunyelwe ezilalini. Funeka thina sibantu bahlala ezilalini silungise izimilo zomntana, But ngoku i-drug lords zisuke kwiindawo ezikuzo zongena ezilalini. And ilali ngoku abantwana bebelawuleka bebancinci abasalawuleki ngenxa yento yoba bafumana ii-drugs apha ezilalini. Sibulawela ibheyisi singamadoda. Now ndicela kubeni uba uphuma kwethu kule ndawo as much as uba i-gender based violence iyinto enengamandla.
As you conclude.
As I conclude, i-gender based violence ezilalini into ezanayo iza nge-drugs. Maske sibe ngootata kwii-areas sihleli kuzo kwindawo ohlala kuyo uvele ekubeni uba akho nto inokwenzeka kwisitratho kuzo singahlali phantsi kwetafile. Enkosi, Chair.
Thank you. 3 minutes. I have experience in Parliament. 3 minutes is more than enough to make your point without an introduction. Yes, 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair, Chairperson, and also I'd like to say from Pumalanga, Deputy Chairperson. Okay, my point is, I just want to highlight the fact that I've heard many speakers talking about the socio-economic, that this can be the cause of gender-based violence, talking about men who are not working that result in gender-based violence. What I want to say is, there's no excuse for gender-based violence. And whether the politicians, whatever they are doing, doesn't mean that men should be violent against their partners. Another thing is, I want to know, what is the government's plan on human trafficking? Because we don't hear anything about it. And at one stage, it was said there are even no legislation about that. So we demand as men that there should be, and this is a sense of agency. And again, coming to cultural norms versus human rights, you find that in many cases, I've heard the Inkosi saying that the culture is dynamic and it must transform. But you still find cultures whereby we have things like virginity test to girls. And if virginity test is done to girls, what about boys? And then this also makes women to look like they are properties. Because even if you go to Lobola negotiations, they will tell you, into, then the price is high. So what about men? So that also, it's part of what of gender equality. We are not observing that. And then, without waste of time, I just want to say, we are asking all men from all the governments and all races, to be part of men's sectors so that we'll be able to fight this. Thank you.
Thank you. That worked. Just before we continue with number 3, we will just ask those that are not wearing their masks. We are getting a complaint that we are not complying with the regulations. Number 3.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chairperson. My name is Dr. KG Munyela. I'm from Limpopo. I only have recommendations, Deputy Chair. Number 1, I'm representing the youth sector in Limpopo province. First recommendation, as much as we have got AGYW, which stands for adolescent girls and young women, we recommend that we also have ABYM, which stands for adolescent boys and young men. Prevention is better than cure. We're sitting down here, we're discussing issues that were discussed in 1994 as confirmed. To who? To men. Can we start with boys? We have a campaign called She Conquers. Can we also have another campaign which addresses young boys, which can be called He Accounts or In His Account? Number 2, we've got more adverts on TV which speaks to liquor. Can we redirect our budget to address such kind of adverts, which then will deal with GBV, so that we conscientize everybody who's a fanatic to television? Number 3, we need to create a digital platform where this kind of engagement continues, so that we don't wait for this kind of platform for people to express their issues and so forth. Now, number 4, we've realized that we've got a lot of energy that we can invest from the communities that we come from. Can we then redirect that energy and efforts and go and invest to the communities that we come from? Coming to this kind of sitting setup, raising challenges like the issue of police is not doing anything, whereas we are sitting here with no one as a station commander. So that very same problem can still be addressed from the communities. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Number 4.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. My name is Lonwabo Mqina from the Western Cape. Chair of the session, I think first and foremost, when I heard here young boys or children, if I may put it that way, and also women who were speaking here, saying that there mustn't be anything for them without them. I believe really they must be part of the discussion, and there's a saying that prevention is better than cure. As I'm wearing this t-shirt that says no excuse, it's not that we want to make excuses, but then what we're saying is we need to prevent some of the things from happening. I think maybe the Western culture has taught us things that we're not used to. In fact, things that we see on TV, when someone gets to be slapped, a man, a white man, if I may put it that way, gets to be slapped by the girlfriend, he doesn't react by beating the girlfriend. But we're asking the women not to provoke men in going to that terrain of beating a man and expect that a man won't respond. We're not saying that is right, but we're saying prevention is better than cure. So women must not do that as well. So they must be part of the discussion so that we tell them that they must not beat us, because maybe you don't know how we're going to react if they do that. We need to first define, as I heard here, that the men's movement is still busy trying to define the word man. And I think in its definition, they must not forget our cultural values and our culture as Africans. It must be not, the definition must not be Eurocentric, because what I've realized is that most of the things that we do now, as Inkosi has just alluded to the fact that we're taking Western cultures and our culture is being thrown out of the window. So we must make sure that in the definition of man, we also look back to the way our forefathers defined a man and the way our fathers and forefathers have behaved. Because it's not true that every man
As
behaves.
you conclude. As
I conclude, Chair, I think we should also look at the fact of, do we want to weaken a man or strengthen a woman? So I think for us to find a balance, we must be able to strengthen women so that they come to our standard.
Thank
We're
you.
asking the Justice
Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Concentrate on the point that you want to make that is the strongest one, and then go from there.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The name is Alan Aaron Ngumalo from Gauteng Province. One quick point, Chair. I'll try and match my points to one. But the most important thing I want to talk about is the issue of coordination, Chair. For us, I think it's well and good, all the ideas that we're discussing, they are relevant and we need to take them into consideration. But first, let's get our house in order. Our coordination is poor, Chair, as the men's sector. Why do I say that? I say that because at national level, we know that ISANAC is working with EDSD. At provincial level, it then causes a confusion because we find ourselves working with the Department of Health. Let these two get together so that we have one program that helps men going forward. As I'm still in coordination, the issue of MNE, I heard we talked about the issue of key performance indicators, but we need a holistic MNE tool that will be able to report on so that we can see the progress that we are doing. And if there is lacking in the expertise to develop that, at Gauteng we've got a pool of skill. Come to us, we'll help. Lastly, let's work with our reports. We don't want a situation that has been happening in the UN whereby The children, the country brings the report, and the children bring their own report, and the reproach is clash. Let us deal with all the reports as well here. I think we saw how the articulation of their points in Children's Parliament with the help of Save the Children. There will be great leaders tomorrow. So let's get their reports, let's get the women's report, let's get the youth report, so that whatever we're discussing, it is ensynced with everything. Then we'll have good results going forward and save resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 6.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Chairperson. My name is Lomo Khwaga from Free State, Deputy Chairperson of Men's Sector. I think there's a need for Takawani Rimi to expand its network by partnering with the Department of Education. I think the initiative that was taken by the government by introducing certain portion of sex education in schools as to eliminate the transmission of HIV and STD in schools will be appropriate for GBV to be done at the schools. It will also be vital to be done it appropriately, whereby all the teachers that will provide it under life orientation and life skills will be capacitated, because reality is that they are also victims of GBV. And in reality, we cannot always react to GBV. We have to manage it at some point. The best way to manage it is to introduce it at the grassroots level as schools. I'm not going to be much on the issue of partnering with Women's Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson. If members have alluded too much on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are making progress. Who's number 7?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. My name is Godfrey Sefume from Sidibe, Gauteng Province.
At Gauteng have spoken. You will give us a chance that all provinces, and then you will come back. You will be number 10. We want the 9 provinces to speak. If the other provinces that have nothing to say, we will ask other provinces. So, from where are you? KwaZulu-Natal. Kuluma Puti.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to greet the Deputy Minister in our presence and all protocol observed. I welcome the input that were made by the parties, but I've got 3 pleas. First one is that maybe even within the parties, if they can open up an engagement of men on gender-based violence, it will be helpful to the society. As parties, they need to have those engagements. Secondly, those engagements will help us to be able to be assisted in our areas, because we know for sure that the parties are the people who are leading the municipalities, whether districts, even the provinces. That will help us to be assisted, because there are other districts where we will find difficulties to be assisted by the leaders who are the politicians in those areas. So my second plea is that those politicians who are leading district municipalities and also provinces should be able to assist the initiatives of men. And thirdly, my plea is that all of us who are here, let's make a decision, as today is the World Children's Day. Let's make a decision that every child is my child. And also, maybe we need also to take a pledge, which follows. If it was in the church, I was going to say they must follow me. But here, I'm not sure what protocol to follow. But I will say, let's make a pledge, which says, today, I pledge today to create a safe and a nurturing environment for every child. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Northwest. I will call you now on your province so that we can make sure everyone speaks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. My name is Bapaletsui Dipoku. I'm just raising 2 points that I think that are very much critical. Since the discussion yesterday, there was no any mention with regard to this particular structure that is ignored. And I want to believe that all of us, as we are seated here, we are coming from that particular structure. And that structure is a family structure. There has just been a lot of ignorance that has not been given. And it is said that the family is the cornerstone of every society. Mr. Rust spoke about the values, and these values don't just come from an empty space or anywhere, but they are coming from the family structure. If we can start to have family dialogues and give attention, because a boy child, a girl child, a father, and a mother, or a man and a woman, they are coming from that particular structure. If we can give it attention, Department of Social Development, because they are very much supportive, they can be able to give focus to that. Secondly, to the gentlemen that are seated in this house that have got organizations, if we can be able to focus more on to becoming specialists in terms of the type of programs that we are offering, it would be able to be much easier for us to can deal with the direct root causes of the challenge that we are faced with now, rather than dealing with the symptoms. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Northern Cape, you, can I give your turn to someone else? Northern Cape.
Dankie die stoelsitter. Ons wil net 'n pleidooi rig aan die regering, die departement van gesondheid. Die Noord-Kaap is baie wyd. Ons het 'n probleem met die forensiese verpleegsters. As jy in Rietfontein is, that is 280 kilos to Upington, where victims of gender-based violence must be driven to Upington Herisurti Hospital to receive medical attention when they are victims of rape. Ons vra asseblief in Kuruman en Rietfontein, die plekke waar daar baie wyd is, that we deploy forensic nurses in all these districts so that our victims must be assisted speedily. Now, in the country, we also have a problem with the FCLs, FSL, Forensic Science Laboratories. There are only 2. If someone is raped in Springbok, it must be here in Cape Town where the forensics will be done here. Now, the process of these forensic laboratories is winding and taking too long. By the time the reports are received at police stations, the victim is klaar moeg, die sak is klaar verloor. Now, we are pleading, we can have at least these forensic laboratories being built nearer to the people to fast-track the reports from FSLs. In the Northern Cape, we have a choice to come to Cape Town or Pretoria. That is the fair. We are just saying these things must be built nearer to the people to fast-track on reports.
Thank you very much. On the virtual platform, Biza Bumela.
Thank you, Deputy. primary health care centers in our locations, in our villages. And you do not find the integration of mental health care as it is supposed to. Even if you go to the district hospital, you still find very serious gaps as it relates to issues of mental health. And that is a very serious challenge. It is also on record that many men more men die of suicide.
As you conclude.
As I conclude, it gives us a point to actually seriously consider in relation to gender-based violence, that there might be a strong correlation between gender-based violence and mental health of men.
Thank you.
Which we need to pay attention to.
Thank you very much. We'll try again on the platform, and we will now call on Mr. Shabane on the virtual platform. Yes, continue. We don't hear you. Unmute. We don't hear you. We don't hear you. Something with the system, it seems. We don't hear you. It seems as if there is something wrong with the system. Yes, Doctor?
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Most of the issues are covered, so we really don't need to speak, all of us, but I don't think it would be correct for us to adjourn this meeting without maybe expressing, trying to correct some of the issues. I don't think it would be responsible. We were very clear about what our movement is, and when we call on to campaigns like No Excuse, it is not wishy-washy. There's no gray area. We're very clear about what we mean by that. So it can't be that we make a statement wearing that particular T-shirt that says, "Don't provoke us." Because what is provocation? Is it being pointed with a gun? Is it being hit with a fist? Is it being slapped? Is it being sonnet? What do you mean by provocation? Is it being looked funny? Is it a woman wearing a pants? Is it a woman wearing a miniskirt? What is provocation? Because my fear is that when we begin to make calls as men to say women must not provoke us, our understanding of provocation is very different. Sometimes a woman cheering there is provocation. So we just want to make it clear that the men's movement is not here to fix women, to fix the LGBT community, to fix children. We're here to fix ourselves. And that must be made very clear. So I just thought we can't leave some of these issues outstanding. We must make it very clear. We're here to fix ourselves. And if you feel that there is heat, call. We are here to support each other. So we will not forsake each other. We'll also support where we feel that the load, as you're expressing about suicides and so forth, is too much. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that input, because I felt disrespected, but I just decided it's time that men must stand up for us as women. And that is what we want to see. There was someone that wanted to speak that said it's van Sedibeng. We will allow you now.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Chair. My name is Godfrey Sefume from Sedibeng, Gauteng. I'm the Acting General Secretary of Men's Sector, Sedibeng. The point that I wanted to raise is that the problem, I fear that yesterday we were talking about gender-based violence, the victims, but we are not talking about the perpetrators. And then the perpetrators are the people who are supposed to be consulted more than the victims. Why I'm saying this, what I've realized is that most men are afraid of change. Men are afraid of change because when the government changed the constitution, they says gender equality, but it ended up changing from being like from being removing men from their powers and placing women on top of most of men. And then most men, they don't have a way of addressing issues. They don't talk, they're afraid of talking, and then they believe that by expressing themselves, it's only to punch or to react otherwise. And the other thing that I've realized that has been happening is that there's a separation that has been done. There's a men's sector, there's a women's sector, there's a children's sector. Why can't we make a men and women's sector so that in the topics like this, women are here to hear the problems of men and men are here to hear the problems of women. And then we urge the elders to guide men how to behave themselves in their homes, and then also women, old women, encourage women to behave as women in their homes. Because most women with their position, they don't respect their men in the house. And then if they don't respect the men in the house, like I've said, most men, they don't talk. And then instead of talking to someone or addressing the issue in the house, the man decided just to use the power that he's having, of which is the fist. Then I think if we can just sit down as men's sector, and then we sit down, we collaborate with women's sector, and then we address such issues. And then I think there's somewhere that we can go. I think we can come to the end of this gender-based because we can
as
make
you
campaigns.
conclude. Okay. As you conclude.
As I conclude. Yes, we've been making campaigns, and then campaigns have been working there and there. But if we make campaigns together, we're gonna make change. Thank you.
Thank you. We said when we started, 40 minutes. It's 42 minutes now that have passed. Please drop all the hands. I'm presiding over this session. It's very nice to feel that you are presiding over all of the fathers of the country. So I said 40 minutes, and we have allowed 42 minutes. Now, I think just for being very generous and for the fact that we couldn't accommodate the people up there, we will take 3 additional hands. 3. I can count. I said 3. So we will start with you, and we will give you, you will be the second one, and we will give you because we have identified you before. That will be the 3 people. You can start.
Comrade Chair, can we be recognized here on the virtual platform?
Are you now available? Now you must wait until I chair you.
Yes, madam.
Now wait until I call you. I know you are there now. I'm giving the 3 people that I've identified here. Give us time.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. It's Dr. Kobus Liebenberg here. We've spoken a lot about integration and bringing together the activities of different departments, different organizations, and moving from a very reactive response to a proactive response. So when I look at the 4 building blocks that we've been discussing, one relates to primary health care, which is important for all, in fact, autoimmune system diseases. I think the areas of education have been covered. We didn't quite speak as well to the area of counseling, although we indicated that it has to happen at family level, but also at society level. But in this case, I would appeal that we actually go beyond that and include, for example, specific counseling with regards to HIV, TB, and other related illnesses in order to ensure that we don't just have people taking, for example, the medication, but ultimately stay on the medication. The last aspect, which I felt has not been dealt with at all, is in fact nutrition. And I'm sure you'll all agree that regardless of what you do at all three other of those building blocks, unless you cover nutrition, that allows somebody to in fact go and sleep with a full stomach, or otherwise take the antiretroviral, or otherwise go to school and being able to in fact learn and be concentrating, that essentially, that aspect, without dealing with that and putting that into the equation, I fear that we won't sustain our objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I call you honorable members because you are in a parliament. We will just allow Kagiso from the virtual platform. Because the other two gentlemen, in any case, one spoke for his party and the other one spoke for the Youth Council. So we will allow Kagiso from the virtual platform, and then we will come to the two of you. And possibly to the one here. One. If I say one, five.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I wanted to raise an issue around
your sound is very
family
too much. Thank you. Speak.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I wanted to raise an issue around family structure. I think I heard Ntadedi Poko lamenting on that particular issue as well. My concern is around women who at times deny fathers access to their kids after a separation. Now, this concern actually rubber stamps an idea of having both men and women under one roof discussing issues that are of interest, because we're living in the worst of time where a family structure is broken altogether, and most young men or boys they are growing up without proper guidance of their fathers, and father absenteeism in this country is a serious problem that needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. Now, I would want to speak on an idea of having both men and women under one roof to discuss this issue of a broken family structure. Otherwise, all is well. Thank you very much. I'm Kagiso Monyadiwa from Men for Real and the South African Youth Council.
Thank you, Kagiso. We will allow you now. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sitonga Dlomo from George in the Garden Road. I must say thank you so much for such a transformative and informative and robust discussions that we have been receiving since yesterday. I'm so much pleased to respond to the call, especially after Mama Zulu spoke. I was so deeply touched, and I thought about the role of all the ministers of God in South Africa who do not show or display the character of being a minister or a preacher. And I would like to say on behalf of all the ministers of God, we really apologize for misleading our society. Why am I saying that? It's because there was a call for all the religious leaders and all the religious organizations to come on board so that we can make our places a better place to live in. So two things that I would like to request for all of us here, if we can come up with mentorship programs whereby a brother adopts another brother, or if you don't have a father, you can adopt a father, or if you are a mother, you can adopt a son, but not as a Ben 10, or you adopt a daughter, but not as that you become a blesser. So that will create a platform for all of us to be able to identify the causes of the social ills that we are faced with. One of them, it's hunger. Somebody mentioned that umtu olambile uba nolanga, so that we can adopt the spirit of humanitarian You know, we are going to the festive season as we speak. We know that everyone will be looking for something to eat. We can adopt families and become a hand of help everywhere we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Deputy Chair, greetings to you.
Thank you.
And members at large. I felt that next time I should change this seat because since yesterday I was struggling to talk.
You are speaking now, Maitri.
Okay.
Use your time. Use your time. It's 3 minutes.
My name is Bukosiba Kezibi, a traditional leader in Kosi from Eastern Cape. Chair, I'm a member of the provincial structure of men's sector in the Eastern Cape. I've got two things that I want to talk about. Firstly, as Inkosi in the province, in fact, as we were talking here, I never hear anything talks about initiation. So I want to touch on that, especially njengoba sizinkosi singamadoda. We must have a clear program that talks to the young boys before they undergo initiation. I think that will help us because as I'm talking now, we are sitting with a crisis when it comes to initiation schools. So I think we must have a program in place as a men's sector that will talk to the young boys before they go to initiation, even after. Secondly, Chair, I think we have to look at the issue of budget. I know we talked about it yesterday, but I felt that I should talk about it again. Because in our municipalities, there is a budget there of traditional activities, your heritage and so forth. So I think we must have something from this house, something like a legislation that is going to talk to municipalities regarding the budget of men's sector specifically. So that when they review their IDPs, they include men's sectors as well. Lastly, Chair, we have got a problem in the whole South Africa. I think we need to look at that. Apho sinabantu abahambe beplaga amaphepha besithi benze abortion for our young daughters from 11 years, benze abortion kwindawo ezithile. I'm not sure because Ababandu, it's those people who are coming outside South Africa.
As you conclude.
I'm not sure whether they have been permitted to do so. I think, Chair, I submit that we need to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Enkosi kakhulu Deputy Chairperson. Oqala manqale ndithi nje pha ku Deputy Minister waka DSD uZulu mama sikuvile uthetha si ready for lando bosicela yona. Sizawuphuma ke apha singamadoda sihambe so implementa singamadoda se Western Cape. Bo mama bo dade bethu bantwana bethu bantakwethu because lento ye-GBV I affect bo mama nabantwana kuphela nathi bo tata iyase affecta. Kodwa ndifuna ukuthi ngokubekekileyo komama nabantwana singotata ingakumbi base Western Cape siyanithanda kakhulu siyanithembisa futhi ukuthi sizakunikhusela ngandlela zonke esinazo ukuthi sinikhusela ukuthi lo mkhuba wenzekayo ukuthi kubulawe abantwana kuhlukunyezwe abantu sihlukumeze ipartners zethu ezilokishini kwindawo esihamba kuzo singamanye amadoda siyawukhalimela sizawuzama ke kangangoko sinako ukuthi sibe siyasebenzisana namadoda onke alapha eWestern Cape sincedwa ke nazi NGOs okanye NPOs ezifana nebaphumelele because bane programs abanazo pha abathi bancedise ukuthi sisebenzise zona pha ekuhlaleni kungene kusetyenzwe. So kubaphumelele sifundile kakhulu yaye nezinto sizifundayo pha si willing bangaba sifundise abantwana bakhulayo beza emveni kwethu. But ke kuyo yonke lonto ndifuna ukuthi kubo bonke omama nabantwana siyanithanda apha eWestern Cape, namkelekile oko nabalapha eWestern Cape njengoba iparlamenti lapha sifuna nihlale kakhulu. Yaye sifuna ukuthi njengoba nihleli nje nizive nithandwa, ningalekwa, ningarojwa ezitratweni kungenzeki yonke lonto. But ke sicela no SAPS asincedise ingakumbi ukuthi sibambe ezizigoli zenza yonke le mikhuba. Enkosi.
His input was a very good example that 3 minutes is more than enough to say what you want to say. Thank you very much. We have used an hour for an input that was supposed to be 30 minutes. So we have come to the end, the time has lapsed for inputs during the debate. We are going to go to the motions, and we will put the motions as the resolutions of this House. And first of all, we start with a motion on institutionalizing a response of men's movement. I would take it that the one province will move and the other one will second, or one institution, or as long as all of you are not coming from the same place and agreeing on one of the motions. Now, on the motion on institutionalizing a responsive men's movement, we move for the adoption of the launch of local and traditional men's parliaments, which shall convene at least twice a year, hosted by the speakers and mayor officers in the 226 local municipalities and by the traditional leaders at the 882 traditional councils. Can we have a mover for that motion?
Speaker.
Pio, I saw your hand first.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The Northern Cape so moves.
Who's seconding? I'm looking this side, yes.
Mpumalanga Province hereby move. For the
Second.
motion.
Can we get a token that all of us agree? Motion on the men's charter. The men's charter have been tabled here, presented to us, a move that is long outstanding. So we move for the adoption of the draft South African men's charter. I remember last year when we met, the issue was on the definition of a man. And that is what took us some time to get to this point we are here now. We move for the adoption of the draft South African men's charter for further consultation with all sectors of society, supported by Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Parliament of the Republic of South Africa's review mechanisms for resolution at the third men's parliament sitting. Can we see a mover? Yes, yes, you. Exactly the one that wanted to stand up and decided against it.
I move from Gauteng.
Okay. Are you also from Gauteng? You can second that.
Thanks. Thanks, Deputy Chairperson. I'm Pesimitrin from Limpopo. I second the move.
But you spoke and you say I move from Gauteng. Now you are confusing me. So move again so that you can second.
Okay, my name is Dr. Mulava from Free State. We are moving with the motion.
And Limpopo seconding.
That's correct, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Remember, there will be a lot of work in this men's charter. We have seen with the review of the women's charter, it started very small, but it is a massive project, because we want to make sure that even those that we have adopted today will make an input into their charter. I'm just mentioning it because we have got that experience now. On the program of action, we move for the adoption of the Men Championing Change Program of Action 2020 to 2022, with a special focus on the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on HIV, TB and STIs, and the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. I just want to, Sebu, strategic plan is not spelled correctly. You know, most I'm a teacher also when we do our work. So we will adopt it with the correct spelling. It's strategic plan here, but it's strategic plan. Can we have, yes, you may move.
I so move, Chair, Aaron from Gauteng, with the corrections.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Sinovuyo.
Sinovuyo Mangai from the Western Cape. I second the motion.
Which province propose Gauteng? So Western Cape. I want the young people to take responsibility for the things that we do here. So it is duly accepted. Can we see acceptance? The motion on the awards of men. In recognition of role models amongst ourselves and men in communities, we move for the adoption of the Men's Awards to cascade beyond the South African Men of the Year to award men who are community builders and social investors in provinces, districts, and local municipalities. We so move. Yes, you may.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Eastern Cape moves with the motion.
Thank you. Can we? Yes, you may.
Thank you, Chair. Mukiti Tau from Free State, seconded.
Thank you very much. It's duly adopted. Can we accept it as ours? There is a declaration, and I think we have, in the first instance, adopted this motion, but the second term of the Men's Parliament is declared the term of local municipality and traditional council Men's Parliament. We have adopted it already in the first motion, so we are just confirming that that is the case. Thank you very much so far. It's going very well. We will now allow the Secretary General of the Men's Sector to elaborate on the way forward and the vote of thanks.
City follow, follow, tololo.
Azinalu.
Follow, follow, tololo.
Azinalu.
Ulete sienza yo.
Azinalu valo.
Ulete sienza yo.
Azinalu valo. Azinalu valo. Asinalo valo, kuleto sieza yolo valo, valo valo tololo.
Thank you very much, honorable members, Deputy Chairperson of NCOP, Deputy Minister of Social Development, members of Parliament, my comrades. Men's sector leadership, I greet you. I won't stay long here, it's Friday.
John Vuligi.
Deputy Chair, yesterday, group of faith leaders under the banner of UNICEF and Child Protection Movement met and they've started this journey 2 years ago. Every time we meet as men's, in the Men's Parliament, faith leaders will meet elsewhere, but in the same area. And faith leaders agreed yesterday that no faith leader must preside over a child marriage anymore in South Africa.
Oh yes, oh yes. Oh yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bishop Mchunu, for initiating that campaign. Men's Sector Secretariat and Western Cape Men's Sector, before we came here, they conducted men's dialogue with Ebuhlanti and Soto TV, Kailicha. Let us encourage partners to initiate events as build-up activities side by side, Nale event, so that to be able to account about activities that are taking place even before we come here.
There was a query, Comrade Ndando Yola, from some colleagues here that they would love to see their reports, especially about activities that are taking place on the ground in between men's parliament's reports. They would love to see their activities also reflecting on the national report. I'm promising you, men, not in my name, that's in the picture, and other organizations, will make sure that our reports from now on reflects also your activities on the ground. We agreed next year we are coming to local municipalities. But there's something very funny here, Deputy Minister. It's easy to call a president as the main sector, but it's very difficult to engage mayor and speaker of local municipality. That's very, very, very strange. It's easy for us to call deputy president, but when it comes to mayor, we're coming traditional leaders. We'll work with you next year, and our leadership is ready on the ground to engage you. This parliament is also requesting that we adopt boys by instituting boys, in a boys' desk, something, or youth desk. We don't want names that are not, are clear. We don't want to reduce you to a desk. We're not a political party team. We're going to create a unit within the men's movement so that we begin to take you serious at all levels, from national up to a local men's sector. And this was also proposed by one of the districts in the Free State, Leputswa District Men's Parliament. They've also adopted this. So you can see that there is communication among us, our structures. The renewal campaign, by no excuse. Anne, you have our support. But let us also go back to taverns, because last time we had tavern activations. We're not done, Deputy Chair. We're going for 16 days of activism as the men's sector. We'll work with your institution, especially NCOP. We're not done. We'll work with traditional leaders to test our partnership as well. But I won't discuss other partners. You also requested that we focus on substance abuse and drugs. We'll do that. There's an issue around us meeting women in one room. I think let's start that at local level. Our national men's parliament are not a platform of toe-to-toe or testing strength of each other. Our national men's parliament is a platform of accountability. Let's have those dialogues with the men on the ground. The Amajuba district municipality tested that is possible, but let's have it there so that we continue to have these high-level meetings at this level. Lastly, our new campaigns and partners next year is going to be MENA campaign with the USAID, UN Women, House of Traditional Leaders Renewal Campaign. Let me conclude, Deputy Chair, by appreciating the following institutions. Your office. You know, in our immense sector, we are so lucky. Sino Mama, or Deputy Chair of NCOP, she's our mother. Sipines Bino Mama, or Mama, or Deputy Minister of Social Development. Manje Sipindes ano munyu Mama, or CEO, Yesanak. Atina, we're blessed. We're blessed. So if you can't do that in your own provinces, then you have a problem. Kutwe maskal, So if you want attention in your provinces, go and cry. Don't show ignorance there or arrogance. Go and cry, they'll listen to you. Tina, we've done so. The Deputy Minister should still hear. Ministers and Deputy Ministers, thank you so much for coming. All UN agencies, thank you for coming. South African National Youth Council, to all of you delegates. Though some of you are not here, we know that your flights are zikalukuhamba today, so we thank you so much. Salga, sizocela office yakho Deputy Chairperson of NCOP to assist us. Usalga unayo le ndawo ingathi uyasibaleka, but mhlambi bacabanga ngebudget. Tina as men sector, we don't follow money. We don't do that. Even when we come to your office, we don't ask for money. Tina, money follow us. It's other way around. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ASG. Now we have come to the time where we need to close the meeting. There are 2 or 3 things that I just want to put a little bit of emphasis that have been said and done throughout the whole day. There was one issue where someone raised the issue of concern on how porous our borders are, and particularly whether it is not possibly that the fact that South Africa's border control might be one of the areas that contribute to the human trafficking. That is quite an issue. Honorable DM, I think that is one of the things that we need to see to, that we also bring under the attention of Minister Motsoaledi. And there was this issue that was raised by Farm Kachwa to say that what still needs to happen to trigger us for a consistent, collective and coordinated campaign against gender-based violence in all the other areas. And the same issue of the social contract, I think Archbishop raised the issue of how do we, at the local level, make sure that the communication, in Afrikaans sal ons sê die gesprek tussen man en vrou start. Let it start at the local level. Let us begin to speak to one another. One important issue. I'm just trying to highlight some of the issues that I think that came up. The mentoring of the next generation. But I think it was covered in the fact that we need to have units. There was once the president came to the province while I was still the premier. And there was a discussion with grade 11 people. 3 boys and 3 girls. And I realized that it is so unequal, because the boys was the ones that stood there and not want to speak. And the girls was just, because of all the workshops that we are having for the young girls and all this Beijing exposure and so on. And I felt so bad, because when we grew up, we were the ones that when we had to speak, we were doing this. And I see in my lifetime that it has changed totally. Boys are now the ones that cannot speak on a public platform, whilst they are boys. And when they become men, they are the ones that will be on top of us. They will be the chairpersons and we will be the deputy chairpersons. So, I mean, that is something that we need to be concerned about. And we need to make sure that we bring true equality and equity between the sexes. There was another issue that I also thought, the issue of health, physical and mental health of men. When I was a premier, I used to launch campaigns of voluntary counseling and testing. Is it, Bill, what was our campaign? Is it voluntary counseling and testing. And most of the male colleagues said, no, my wife can test. They tested by proxy. They never wanted to test themselves. Now, I had so many HIV tests. Asbiwi was just next to me when I had all the tests. And Tokacha was the one other person as a man that really went with me, and we were the ones testing. But most of the colleagues, male colleagues, we will never see them testing in that public platform. And so I spoke to Remelusi once. I asked him, Remelusi, why are the men not testing? I heard this word of men are testing by proxy from him as a man. Say, if the wife get home, she say, I went to the clinic, I was tested today, I tested negative. Then I'm also negative because my wife is negative. But you forget you are sleeping outside with your nyatsi, and that one cannot be negative. Yes, and also our partners for the different campaigns and all of the programs that they are running. We have listened to you, and we think that we will definitely reach our goal if we take hands and we work together. Let us be serious about that contract that should be there, existing between all of us, male, female, children in particular. Today, I was touched by what our children said here. And it is a fact. You know, sometimes when I go to some of these villages, the men will eat first, and then the woman will eat. And then the children will eat what is left by the mothers, because a mother will never finish a plate of food if the child haven't eaten. And the dogs must wait until the children go to the toilet. That is what I have seen in other areas. So I know it is how society possibly is being constructed. But let us begin to treat everyone equal, and we might see a better society. That is the last thing that I want to say. And I want also to express our appreciation for the kind of relationship that we have built in this short space of time. I'm here just a little bit more than 1 year, but I think we have built a very good relationship, and we really appreciate that. Most of all, we appreciate the fact that we could see after our discussion last year, and even after the 2018 Men's Parliament, there was movement. And that is very pleasing to see that there is movement. I remember I was still in the province when Bio came to me and told me about the men's sector. He took me with them to Mpumalanga. We went to Mpumalanga. Took me with them to Mpumalanga, where we discussed the issues. The deputy president, actually he wanted us to brief him, but he spoke the most in the end, Mazan. But he was the deputy president, he's our principal. But we briefed him on all the areas, and he was feeling that this one of the men's sector can really get somewhere. And also Bohopane was there, and you know most that even if we want to speak, we just listen to her. But she came up with very good ideas. And we want to congratulate also yourself for the fact that the programs that we are partnering with you, the Children's Parliament, the Men's Parliament, and all of those is really, we feel that we are doing a good job. We hope that really we can cover South Africa corner to corner to make sure that all of us have got the same unity of purpose, because that is what is most important. Is that all South Africans, if we can have unity of purpose, we will definitely not only dream about the society that we want to be, we will be able to build that society. With all that said and done, thank you very much. Travel safely, stay safe, because COVID-19 is a reality. I am a survivor of COVID-19. So I want to say, stay safe, sanitize, wash your hands, keep your social distance, and by all means, wear your mask when you are in public. Thank you very much. Travel safely. God bless. Thank
you. O se bolo ge o se bolo o Esa